Welcome to Tel Aviv. There are claps. I don't know if you can hear that. Hello, Meish.
How are you doing, Mateos?
I am really good. I'm in Tel Aviv. What is not to like?
Shalom, Bruchim Ha'Baim. Welcome to the wonderful country of Tel Aviv.
Right.
Or Tel Aviv of Israel, but in Tel Aviv as well.
Well, let's start from there because I only arrived in the morning and I have learned nothing. I haven't learned any Hebrew. I don't even know how to say please, thank you, anything.
So this one is Shalom.
Shalom is actually the only one that I learned. Shalom. Although I wasn't certain whether it was thank you or hello.
It's both.
Oh!
But thank you is Shalom is hello, peace.
That
all
is
of those.
okay. That makes sense because I was just observing people going shalom, shalom. I was like, it's hello. I was feeling clever that I noticed that. So it's also thank you.
But we usually use it to say hi. Is the same as what like everybody else.
And what do you use for thank you?
Toda.
Toda.
Exactly.
That
Toda
rings a bell. I remember somebody teaching me that before I came here, but I forgot everything. So everyone in the chat, everyone at home, everyone watching this, Toda. Is that right?
Yeah, it's perfect.
I sound like I'm saying ta-da. Okay.
No, you're doing very well.
Okay. So my name is Matthias Gimarens. I am Senior Developer Advocate for UK and Ireland. Meish, introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Meish Seidel-Casing. I'm also Senior Developer Advocate with the ECS service team, located here in Israel, so it was an awesome opportunity for me to join here.
I know. Like, for me, it's amazing. I not only haven't been in Tel Aviv, but I have not been to Israel in general. Although I usually travel a lot for my work, but here has been the first time. And even for holidays, I haven't been here. So it's amazing.
Yeah.
I was greeted by this massive sunset. It looked like a huge ball of fire, just going down in the ocean. And I was like, I want to try to capture it. But as usual, phones don't capture it.
Exactly, that's the problem.
I know. But if you're watching this, then I'm guessing you either want to see what's going on here at the summit, or you want to maybe discover more about our guests and our segments. And there's so much going on today. So we have not only guests that are going to join us and they're going to do demos, but we have a bunch of other stuff, including the F1 GameDay. So F1 GameDay, we're going to discover a lot more about it very soon and throughout, but it's pretty much a little bit of a educational gaming environment where you get to play around with AWS in a partnership with F1. You're going to discover more on that very soon. What else do we have, Meish? So after F1 GameDay,
we have a couple of community interviews.
Yeah.
With a CTO and co-founder. We're going to see some other things as well.
Yes.
So it's interesting.
Exactly. And then we have a few other things as well. Guests are going to come in. We're going to be talking to not only GameDay, but also we're going to be looking at the scores and see how people are doing, who is the winner. We're going to have a ceremony at the end of the day. We also have a very cool demos, and some of them include generative AI. We know is all the rage right now.
Very much
so we have a very cool segment with somebody from AI21 Labs who is going to show us generative AI power. We also have a few community interviews. So if you are from the AWS community or you want to discover an AWS community, then this could be really cool segments because we're going to be talking about AWS community, what it means to be part of the AWS community and how you can get involved. Do you get involved much with the AWS community?
Very much so. We have a very vibrant AWS community.
Yes.
Couple of heroes as well, also from Israel. So, and I try to go to the meetups on a regular basis.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's an amazing group of people.
Yeah, like in the UK and Ireland, as I mentioned, I am the senior DA for the UK and Ireland. So that's the region where I'm based in and that I coordinate. There are so many vibrant communities. And when we say community, in case you're not too familiar with AWS communities, these are groups of people that get together to help each other learn and also talk about, practice public speaking and all that, what they've been doing with AWS. And so it's really an organic educational and teaching and peer community that you can join, and it's spread across different geographical areas.
Correct.
Like in the UK, we have the Manchester community, the London community, Newcastle, Leeds, Ireland, we have Dublin. So there's so many. Here in Israel, I'm not too familiar.
We only have one AWS Israel community.
One Israel community.
Well, the distances in the country are not that big. I mean, you can go from top to bottom within 4.5 or 6 hours. So that's not very much. Everything's located here in this area.
Top to bottom in 6 hours.
Something like that, yeah.
So I'm originally from Brazil. So for me, that is like what? Because it's like as big as like America and Australia, right? So like 4 hours, you don't even get out of the state that I'm from.
It's pretty small.
Wow, yeah, and actually here, it's been now, I think, 3 years of Tel Aviv Summits.
Actually not, this is the 10th year of
10 years, 10 years. So
the 10th Tel Aviv Summit here in Israel. We've been going since 2012. As our general manager, Harel, was on the stage, he said the first one was, I think, not more than 200 people.
Right.
And now we're approximately 10,000 attendees here at the show today.
Wow. Wait, 10th year, 10,000.
Correct. It's an amazing.
10.
Unbelievable,
So
all the customers.
If we play the rally today, it will be 10s all across the board. That's amazing. And the summit is looking like a 10 all across the board. I mean, I arrived late yesterday, and I arrived early this morning here. And honestly, all I've seen is buzz, buzz, buzz. People everywhere. I mean, the keynote just happened not too long ago now, about half an hour ago, an hour ago, maybe?
An hour ago.
I'm not sure. There's so many people here. So I think now they're all into the breakout sessions.
Correct.
And yes, and probably gearing up for lunch as well. But this is like fantastic. Actually, when I arrived, there is one pavilion for those that are at home and want to a bit of a taste of what it's like. There are different pavilions. I got in through the first one. I thought, this is really nice. Like there was an AWS like grass decoration thing, then something in the middle. And I thought that was it. And like, nope, there are
another
two
building.
other pavilions.
Exactly.
So it's huge. Have you been able to check much?
So I actually just finished giving a session. And from there, I went through lunch, which was actually also pretty awesome. They've changed the way we're doing lunch this year. In other words, instead of giving it a 2-hour or 1-hour period and making it a rush for everybody for food, would spread out the whole time. So everybody who's watching over here, go have lunch. Amazing food outside. Weather's beautiful. Enjoy.
Okay, let me dissect that a little bit. Amazing food. What is amazing food for you?
So amazing food for me is, well, I'm very picky because I only eat kosher, but that's okay.
Okay.
But if outside you have an Israeli cuisine booth, you have fish and chips, you have Thai food, you have also burgers. So you can choose whatever you want.
Burgers, universal.
Universal burgers. And don't, of course, afterwards we're going to have a happy hour later on in the afternoon, so don't forget that as well.
What is your favorite dish?
My favorite dish is probably, I would think, some Thai food.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
See, international. We all globalized these days, right? We all expect like local food stuff. Nope. Like I eat all kinds of stuff. I love my healthy eating, but I do love burgers.
Well, there was also veggie burgers as well. So that's good.
Oh, well, there you go, right?
Yeah.
So, yes, what we're going to be doing also throughout is, as I mentioned earlier, is following up on the competition going on GameDay. As I said, we're going to learn more about it later on. And about GameDay, just to mention here, there are many different types of GameDay as well. And you can go online and discover them, or you can come to our events and then play them. And we have many different types. Like I said, here at Tel Aviv Summit, we have the F1 GameDay going on. Have you ever participated in a GameDay before?
Actually, yes. Before I joined AWS, I was in one of the Unicorn Ride Game Days. I still have the trophy up on my shelf of winning the Game Day. It was fun. A lot of fun. Yeah.
Yes, during the pandemic, we couldn't have live events. So I led a few and supported a few virtual ones.
Yeah.
And they went really well and it was really fun. However, the feedback was that people wanted that energy, the vibe that you have when you're in the room.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I heard that so many times, like from people that actually even had experienced Game Day before. And then they were, like, oh, it's good, but I really missed that. And then once the pandemic was over and we started bringing them back, honestly, like people are buzzing about Game Day.
But there's so much fun, of course. I mean, everybody likes a good competition, and everybody is competitive. So it has to be in person because as much you get all the vibes from everybody else, so it's much nicer.
Exactly, like you get people, bunched together and meeting people that you may not even know. Like I was just at Comic-Con in London last weekend, and it kind of feels like that experience. It's a bunch of people there for the same reason, but meeting through that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I just absolutely love Game Day. I think it's a very relaxed environment, and there's so much that happens there.
Yep.
And as you are about to see, because guess what? We have Game Day running already, has started. It started after the keynotes. And we are going to go right there on the floor to show you how it all works. So over to you, Linda.
Hello, Mateus. Welcome, Shalom. We're here at the AWS Summit in Tel Aviv, right from the F1 GameDay room. And game days are really incredible. They're a great way to get hands-on experience. Tell me a bit. How about you define game day for anybody who doesn't know on the stream?
Well, game day is a way to learn, not just following instructions. You get 4 challenges, try to resolve, find the best way to do it, and you get 90 minutes for it. So
90 minutes, and there's 3 rounds of 90 minutes. We're going to have the trophy ceremony coming up. I know we didn't really fully introduce ourselves, so maybe introduce ourselves
Sure.
first.
My name is Guillermo. Everybody knows me as G. I'm developer advocate at AWS, and with me,
Linda, I'm a developer advocate here at AWS, based out of New York, and flew here to Tel Aviv. Where are you based out of?
oh, I'm in Madrid, Spain.
Madrid, Spain. So, how long was your flight?
Well, without counting the delay, that was 4 hours and 36 minutes. It took me other 5 hours to reach out.
Well, and you're right here in the game day room, and this is a special one because this is also with using F1 data. So,
Oh, yes. We got from Formula One a couple of data sets full of information from the last races where our participants will have to do some nice challenges around cleaning data and building the whole application.
yeah.
So,
And so I think at the end, towards the end of, we will be showing who the winners are. And you could see a scoreboard. I don't know if you could see it behind me, maybe a little bit, where we keep track of how everyone's doing so far. What's really cool, it is 90 minutes. Some game days could be 4 hours long, right?
yes, yes. It depends on the summit, so we are exchanging type of things. Here it's just 90 minutes, 3 qualifiers, so we will have a bunch of people
Yeah.
coming.
And there's game days happening in many of the summits. If you want, you can sign up.
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
have different styles. Here is Formula One. We have also League of Legends for those who are gamers and would like
Ooh.
to play around LOL. So
Yeah. Okay, what else is coming up today?
on the game day you mentioned.
In general, we're going to be talking to a lot of people here in the community, startup leaders.
Wow.
We have talking about the avatar as well, the unicorn avatar. Hold on.
Yes.
We got the unicorn right here.
Yeah,
it
we
is-
were going to run a demo later on the show that it's about AI generative. So what we're going to do is play around with one of the latest open source frameworks that was released a couple of weeks ago.
Oh.
So we're taking the risk of doing something that we've not done before.
Okay,
so
we're going to
crossing
watch it
fingers.
live. Going to see it all live. Well, generative AI always sounds interesting. We have
yes.
other talks as well happening. I know Mateus, Moish, everyone at the desk, and us will be keeping you in the loop with the action of Game Day, as well as interviewing a few heroes and community leaders. And we have a few people also that I've met on Instagram in the tech community coming up too. People who run a lot of the events here. It's exciting. Most important question, did you have hummus yet?
No.
You didn't have hummus yet? Okay, this is what we're going to do at 5 o'clock today.
That's the main priority now. Huh?
Main priority. Well, this summit has an outdoor area with lots of food. Yeah, it's really awesome. We'll have
It's
to post
really
B-roll.
big, to be honest. I've been in other AWS summits, and they are quite smaller. And I'm really impressed with the amount of startups that we are seeing here.
Yeah.
Security, observability.
Right.
Wow.
So, and every summit, it's a little different with the tracks. And here you have so many startups. It's kind of called the Startup Nation. And we have like so many tracks. We have a red carpet hall of startups. So it's a great vibe.
How many people today?
I don't know, almost 10,000, I think, or maybe
that's-
more. Yeah. And I think that's more. Last year was 9,000 something.
So growing and
Correct me if I'm
growing.
wrong. I know, sorry, I'm using this unicorn. So wait, how does game days in general, can we give some context? How do game days start? Usually they start with some fake company, right?
Yes.
In
this case,
it's
we
a
have
gamified version.
Unicorn Rental Racing.
Right, it's like some
yeah.
fake person that
Now you're
tells
the
you
chief
it's your
operating
first day on the
officer.
job and you have to do this, solve this real problem and, with F1 data. It's pretty cool.
Yes.
I mean, I really just want to build, Well, what else? We have the avatar coming up. You're
Yeah.
interviewing someone interested, Viki from Onebeat. We have a lot of
yes.
startup guests.
That's a SaaS
Yeah.
company. It's a little startup on the
Yeah.
retail. And we'll see how it grows using DevOps and how
Yeah.
we can nurture the whole industry
yeah.
with our services. Huh?
And I'm interviewing a machine learning hero, serverless hero, or Hilch. We have Ron, who's going to come up in a few minutes, actually, after we throw it back to you. And yeah, we will bring you the action. We have the unicorn theme going on. There might be some unicorn costumes, maybe a unicorn hairpin. I don't know. I did go shopping the other day by the beach and tried to find all the unicorn items I could
Really?
find. So you got to keep the theme.
Totally. We did a 5 kilometers walk to the beach and crossing to just visit
Yeah.
a little bit of Tel Aviv. I've been a couple of times here, first time in the AWS Summit.
Yeah?
Really impressed. amazing.
Lots of exercise. We're walking all through.
And it's a very sunny day. So
It is.
in Madrid, it was raining. So
Although the
much
day I
better.
arrived, it was like, there's never rain here because I've been here many times. And they told me the forecast had rain. And I was like,
Yeah.
that's a first. But it was very rare, very rare. Usually it's very, very sunny. And it is sunny today, an absolutely gorgeous day. And there is something called the playground outside where like
yes.
that's why you have all the food, falafel.
I've seen also cars showcasing their different cars,
Yes.
models, how technology applies to each one. It was like
Yeah.
mind blowing, huh?
Yeah. What else? Did you get to, how long were you here so far?
What?
How long were you here so far? You got in when?
Sorry, you might be listening on the
Oh,
background.
sorry for the, got
First
the vibe.
qualifier is ending. Let's see who our winners are.
So,
Maybe
so
we
far,
have time.
yeah, we have a team called Serverless V2 Stallions that's leading so far. And there are 2 more rounds coming up. They're 90 minutes each. So
And what happens for the winners there?
the winners, there's a trophy ceremony. They win some swag, and I think they win some gift cards. I don't want to butcher the explanation, but they do win a lot of things. And, also the concept of being a winner of game is pretty awesome.
Yeah. And the winners will go in a worldwide championship. So
Yes.
the best of the best, Singapore, Tel Aviv, US. And what can we give for those people that are the big winners of this Formula One game day?
Yeah, no,
Imagine
I
lifetime,
yeah.
unique visit.
Lifetime, yeah, right?
Austin, Texas.
We do, right? There's going to be hopefully I'm hoping we get to go. I hope we get to see you there.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. Last year, I think it was in Dubai,
Wow.
but
Austin is an interesting place to
yeah,
see.
it's beautiful.
So let's see what Formula One can
Yeah.
bring today, and let's see
And
the
maybe
next
the
two
winners here will
rounds.
be the winners in in the big championship. So
We might bring the guys over
yeah,
to tell us the tricks of how they pass the
Yeah.
4 challenges.
exactly. And you will see it right here. And I guess I'll pass it over back to you in the main studio as we continue everything. One moment. Because
Hello.
I think
I think I am
so
back on the main studio.
I ended up passing it back.
Okay. Hello, back. All right, cool. So that was a little taster of what game day is like. So as they mentioned, there are different rounds, and then people will keep coming in and coming out at different rounds to try to win that round. And then at the end, there's going to be the ultimate winner. So that's what we're going to be following all the way throughout the afternoon until we have an ultimate winner. So what do you think, Maish?
I wish I was there sitting in the room, actually participating, but I have to do the work over here, so.
Excuse me, is this boring for you?
No, I said the whole fact of the competition
Of
and
course.
the vibe.
Of course, right?
Yeah.
I actually, last live stream we did was from Reinvent, and we had a competition going on the desk.
Whoa.
We had Jenga going on with Darko. Darko was going through, so I wish we had that. But we
That's
don't
true.
have that, but we have Game Day. So let's revisit that leaderboard now and see what the team names are, because I was actually quite curious. Could we bring it back? Okay, awesome, there it is. So Serverless V2 Stallions. I was going to say versus.
What was V1? I don't know. But that,
Oh, is that what they're going for?
I hope so.
See, I love these team names because it's like logos, right? I look at logos. Everybody understands what they are. I never understand things.
Yeah.
It takes me a while to pick up. What else? Tiger Team. Okay, that's quite clear.
Okay.
Tiger Team doing quite well.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like a lot, the difference, 6,000 to 10,000. But the thing with game days is that once you do certain things right, it starts counting points and
Yeah.
multiplies quite quickly.
Exactly.
So that's actually really good scores, not that far behind. Then spiders, okay, spiders, either they mean the animals, they love spiders. I just think they're cute. Do you like
Yeah.
spiders?
No,
Oh, I think they're so cute.
I don't like
I
spiders
hate
at all.
snakes, but spiders, I think they're cute. Maybe they mean Spider-Man-ish things, I don't know. Either way, spiders also didn't do very badly, and still we rise in all the teams there. So as you can see, that's just a taster for now, because that's the first round. And as we continue through the day, there's going to be more teams participating. Who knows what comes up? Who knows what kind of crazy team name comes up as well? I had plenty of those before.
Yeah, it's true.
When I was hosting game days, and that's part of the fun, right?
Exactly.
I want to say, selfishly, I mentioned earlier, I run the UK and Ireland region in terms of being the tech and strategist as the senior DA for UK and Ireland.
And you have a summit coming up, don't you?
And I have a summit coming up. So if you like what you see here in Tel Aviv, and if you like F1 Game Day and you want to participate in F1 Game Day, guess what? This is coming up to my hood in the UK, in London, June the 7th. We are going to have F1 Game Day there. We are going going to show you bits of it on AWS On Air, which is going to be happening as a live stream for the London Summit. So tune in June 7th, either on AWS On Air for you to catch some of that game day action in London, or if you can make it to London, come to London and you can actually be in the room and win all those prizes, which they teased but didn't tell us exactly what
they were,
yet.
unfortunately. But we'll find out, I hope.
Yes. So, and I know what some of those are, but of course it changes depending on where you go.
Yeah.
However, last year I was very, very privileged to be at Worlds 2022.
Okay.
It's really hard for me to say as a foreigner, Worlds. I don't know, I never liked that word, Worlds. Worlds, as in Worlds 2022, which, as some gamers will know, it's the League of Legends huge event. It's like World Cup for gamers.
Okay.
Are you a gamer?
No, not at all.
No. Okay, so I'll tell you. So League of Legends is this massive game from Riot Games, who is a dear partner of ours, and we have created this partnership to have a game day based on League of Legends. Yes, the video game.
Cool.
I know, right? And then they knew I was a gamer. You know, I've always been a gamer. Used to do gaming content, so they were like, "Do you want to come to Worlds 22 and host the first League of Legends game day?"
Oh, that's awesome.
I was like, what?
Please, pinch me now, pinch me now.
Did you even ask that? And of course, I was with the amazing Jackie, who is also a DA. She's a DA in Namer. Namer meaning America, well, Canada and America, whereas I'm over here in EMEA. So we joined forces, went there to San Francisco in November, and it was ridiculous.
Nice.
I mean, you wanna talk game day? This was
The ultimate game day.
game day, gaming, video gamer, game day. I can't even say game enough. It was a blast, honestly. And the prizes there, which I was saying, was a lot to do, of course, with gaming and and all that stuff. And the Riot Games leadership was there, came on the stream to give prizes, and they got VIP tickets to Worlds 2022.
Wow.
It was insane. So you never know what to expect with game days. And keep following the F1 Game Day here at Tel Aviv, or come to London to go to F1 Game Day there. But enough about Game Day for now. What I want to turn my attention to is communities, because as we mentioned before, we have these amazing AWS communities, and we actually have some of them right here. So let's talk to an AWS serverless hero so you can hear a little bit more about AWS communities. So over to you, Linda.
Hi, hello, we're here at the F1 Game Day. I'm here with a special guest.
Ran, hey, nice to meet you, Linda.
Hello, it's so great. I've been following you for a long time, and I see you finally in person in Tel Aviv. What do you do? Tell me a little bit about yourself. I know a lot of them know you already.
So I'm Ran. I'm the co-founder and CTO at Hepsagon. We got acquired last year by Cisco, and now I'm leading the engineering group at Cisco. Pretty interesting.
And you've had a lot of different roles. I think 8 of them at least, and you have a lot of tips for CTOs. Can you tell us? I want to learn more about your journey.
Correct.
And all that. Yeah.
So as a first-timer CTO and a co-founder, you get to think that a CTO is just about the technology. It's just about, I'm managing the technology, the printers, or, my mom asked me, are you responsible for the printers and the Wi-Fi? And so I told her, no, that's not the type of technology I'm into. In my perspective, it's leading the technology delivery, being able to deliver what the product marketing and sales needs to deliver. So I had different roles or different hats, as they say, starting from just being the manager of the R&D team, then leading the product, understanding what are the needs, speaking to customers. And if we're speaking about customers, also support or being in communication with them, understand what they need and how can I serve them better as a product, since our product was software as a service.
Yeah, SaaS.
Evangelism, speaking a lot out loud. Our product is monitoring and troubleshooting, or AKA observability for serverless containers, etc. So speaking to engineers, being in a lot of stages, speaking to engineers, talking about the tech. So it's pretty...
A lot of different journeys.
Yes.
And what are some advice you would give? I know you have a lot of experience CTO. What advice would you give to people also in management positions in general through the learnings of being in so many different hats?
Yes.
I guess.
So as leader in engineering, whether you're a VP, director, CTO, founder, or even not founder, I would say as an engineering, your best thing would be to focus on delivering what's needed rather than building the technology. Because you can drill into technology and build a lot of scalability and resiliency and availability and all of these, nice words.
Yeah.
And you don't need that. You need to focus really on what's important to the business. And I think in that essence, AWS helped us a lot because while we were trying or focused on delivering the business value, we didn't really compromise a lot of the scalability, reliability, and so on. We used a lot of AWS stack in serverless, in the serverless ecosystem, API gateway, DynamoDBs, and so on. And it really helped us to deliver fast, and it worked really great.
Yeah. For anybody who doesn't know what serverless is, how would you explain serverless in general, and why observability? Like, how did you get into specifically that?
Serverless means that there are no servers. And by the way, I'm an AWS serverless hero, which means that I can say anything that I want about serverless, cool tips, cool tricks, you know.
He decides.
Serverless, you know, for real, it's being able to run code in a certain framework without taking care to the host level or the scale or some aspects that you don't really need to focus on because it requires a lot of DevOps or IT or SRE or a lot of, you know, on the surroundings. Why observability specifically? Because it was interesting to me as an engineer. You know, I'm an engineer for more than 15 years now. I always struggled to understand, observe, monitor my production. It was always hard and cumbersome to understand, wait, why is the DB responding slow? Why is it, you know, 500 error? Where it comes from? And then all the distributed tracing really helped us to provide a meaningful and differentiated solution out there to the market. So it was, you know, that's me.
Yeah, and there's different, like I think with serverless, it's a different kind of, because it's all these microservices, it's harder to track, right? And there's different kinds of logging.
Correct.
Right?
If you had, for example, like a monolith in the past where, you know, it was pretty easy, you would ship all logs to some centralized logging solution. Now with serverless, it's different because you have 1, 10, 15, or even to some of our customers, thousands of functions in a single request that it goes through different functions, different databases, different storages, different. It's so complex, and if you just look at tons of logs, you just can't understand really what's going on. So that's why we leverage the tracing technology to really build a picture of an end-to-end.
And I wonder now, as far as your career, if we take a step back, because you told me you had 8 different roles, and you know, I think the title of our session is 0 to 500 million. Can you tell me a bit about, like, what have you learned through those roles, and did you always know you would be in tech? Because you were a CTO, but like there's such a journey. I think you probably have a lot of learnings that you took into that as well.
I would share my main learning as a CTO because CTO is allegedly a role that is not needed in a startup. A startup is very technical, is very innovative. So what's a CTO role in that? It's everybody is doing innovation. Everybody is working on the next big thing, AI, GPT, whatever, you know. And so what CTO is doing there? I would say that I mentioned a few of these roles. And it can be starting from very technical, like hands-on technical, to more managerial, to more a founder role. Try to understand where you're best at, where you want to focus with your heart, and also what's not important to you. Because ultimately, you know, when the startup grows from 10 to 50 to 100 and to 1,000 people, ultimately you'll drop some of these roles. You won't be the manager of the entire R&D. You won't be the manager of the product. You won't be the single person that would do support and so on. So try to pick what you're best and like to do and focus on those and drop the other. Find someone that will take them.
How much did it involve when the company scaled as far as the role you feel as a CTO?
It was just different. Every aspect, every period of time or every phase of the startup require different capabilities, different needs. At the first step, it was completely hiring, just hire people, hire engineers, focus on building the team, building the processes, understand the first initial product, MVP, as everybody says. Code. The first days I was really coding very. And then at the end, it was mostly defining the culture, understanding the strategy, where the company goes, being able to advocate what we built. So it was more long-term strategy that we needed.
Now, I have to backtrack because you said you were an AWS Serverless hero. He is an AWS Serverless hero. I think you were the first one, maybe?
In Israel? Potentially in Israel,
And can you tell me a little bit about that journey and how long have you been a hero?
I've been in hero since 2019, so 4 years now. It's really a long time. I remember I've been to, I don't know, 4 or 5 reInvents. It's very nice. So actually many people come and ask me, how do I become a
hero.
serverless hero, or generally a hero? There are container heroes, machine learning heroes, community heroes, and they're really trying to understand. I tell them, it's not something that you aim for to become a hero. It's something that you do and you get recognized of being a hero.
Right.
What I did, for example, is speaking in tons of stages, coding open source, really advocating AWS. You know, it obviously has to be related to AWS, but generally speaking about serverless, writing about serverless, coding about serverless, that was my main focus. And you know, at some point they reached out and said, okay, you're the right person.
Well, I could see your passion, and I could see that you're very involved in community. And what is the community? What role has community played in all that for you?
A lot. Meetups, workshop days that we set around in San Francisco and in Israel. The Serverless Days Israel, for example, is something that we organized. You know, communities in Discords, in Slack, in Reddit, in Hacker News, everywhere, just everywhere. Being out there, Twitter, obviously, being everywhere and trying to. It's not just to self-promote yourself, it's to really understand the community, what their needs, because I think what AWS is as an hero is some sort of an ambassador, that being able to advocate but also get the feedback back to them.
Where do people go find serverless, the serverless meetup? How could they? So
just look for serverless on meetup.com. You'll probably find something that is close to where you live. We have one, obviously, in Israel. Other than that, you know, there are lots of people. If you look serverless on Twitter or serverless just on Google, you'll find a lot of very good, talented people. And generally, if you look just for serverless heroes on AWS website, you'll find a lot of, you know, very special friends that are doing some great things.
It's a tight-knit community. I mean, I at reInvent, it was beautiful. Where can people follow you?
Twitter, LinkedIn.
Awesome. Well, I'm sending you right back to the desk. See you there. We'll be back in a bit.
Thank you.
That was really awesome. I love meeting heroes. I always love to hear the story, how they get involved, and how busy they are with not only their businesses, but then, you know, all this side gig, which is just driven by passion. Really.
Exactly.
I love it.
And Ron is an awesome person.
Oh, do you know Ron?
I know Ron, of course,
Oh, okay. Well, good shout out to Ron then.
Thank you, Ron.
I don't know Ron, but obviously you can talk later on. So now I want to switch gears and talk to an awesome startup. So we have here with us Mr. Dor. I'll let you introduce yourself so I don't mispronounce your last name as well. Head of Research at Noname Security. So welcome, Dor.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yes.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about yourself.
So my name is Dor Dankner. I'm the head of research and innovation at Noname Security. Basically, what it means is that I'm responsible for the detection of the organization and to any new products that we think we can do, and like checking other ideas, etc.
Oh, God, there's so much to unpack there already. But did you know Meish already?
I don't think we've ever met before, even though we've been probably crossing each other's paths at events over a long time,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, of course.
So tell me a little bit more about this head of research role, because that sounds really cool, especially in this day and age, you know, where there's so many advancements happening and all that. First, how do you keep up with everything going on?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So basically what we do is we have several methods. One is to just go and read what other researchers are doing, because so much is going on all the time. And the other way is to look at what our customers have and to try to understand where are their problems and what issues they have, and try from that to capture what detection issues we can create for them.
Okay, so how do you validate the ideas? Because also you probably have a lot of ideas or a lot of stuff that comes from research. Now things change all the time. Now AI is all the rage and all that. So how do you qualify that's what we're going to be working on now, or that's what we're going to be working on now?
Yes, so that's a really good question. Basically, we have our partners, customers that we really love and appreciate their opinion, and we talk to them a lot and show them first as an idea, but then when we try to create something little just to show them, and we get their feedback, and from that we're going step by step. And and for the detection part, what we do is basically our researchers are amazing hackers. You know, they
But
do it.
hackers for good, I hope.
Yeah, that's why they work for us, because they do it for good. So they have ton of knowledge, and basically that's why we brought them to us. So they know to tell, right?
Okay, so for any developers or anybody watching that is really interested in what you do, how was that journey? How do you get to be head of research?
So actually, I was always like an open source geek as a child.
Right.
Since I was like 10 years old or
Wow.
so, I was the first kid with a laptop on my school, and it all started from there. I used Linux like at 2006, 5.
Uh-huh.
And that was extremely weird.
Uh-huh.
Like nobody knew what the heck is that. And it started from there. I started working at companies, you know, as QA and developer, junior developer,
Uh-huh.
when I still was at school.
Uh-huh.
And from there, actually, I got into A200, the unit A200 in the
Right.
army. They captured me. I think it was because I was working with Linux and all that stuff, which
Right.
was kind of new. Nobody really knew about it too much.
Yeah.
And actually, I think that's the hitting point.
Uh-huh.
Like from there, I just joined the Sentinel-1.
Okay.
As
Sentinel-1.
yeah, which
Right.
is an antivirus company.
Ah, okay.
As their first researcher.
Uh-huh.
And once the founders of Noname approached me they told me, hey, we're starting something new, maybe you want to join.
They brought you in.
Yeah, I jumped in because I love them so much, and I really appreciate
So
their
that's
opinion.
great. Yeah. Because it shows how one thing leads to another, and I'm pretty sure that's the experience for the audience out there as well. I also have developer background, and I've done so much stuff. But you got to start somewhere, because everybody says, "Where do I start from?" Just start with your passion. My passion was being developer and coding, and look, here I am. So I think you just got to follow what you want, and you get there.
But I have to ask you a question, though.
Yeah.
How did you come up with the name of Noname?
That's a great question. So actually, everybody asked us this, and the name was a temporary name at the beginning when they wanted to do their seed round. They had to have a name, and they didn't have a name yet. So they said, okay, until we'll have a name, we'll just write no name as whatever, we're going to do something about security.
And it just stuck.
And they got such a good feedback about the name. They all said, hey, what's a cool name.
Yeah.
So they said, okay, we have to keep it.
Well, and I don't know if you got that already by now, but it kind of speaks of anonymity, and anonymous, no name, so you get that one for free. And chat, by the way, I know that you guys are talking there and putting stuff there, so please bring your questions, to either myself or Dor, especially as he's here to show us some cool stuff in a second. Please bring in the questions. And I saw somebody asked about the host earlier. That was Linda Haviv and Guillermo Ruiz. Okay, my Spanish is terrible there. But he likes to be called Mr. G, so I call him Mr. G, although I should know his social by heart anyway. The socials can be all seen on the screen if you guys want to follow anybody who's participating today, including our very brilliant guests. And speaking of the guests, so Noname. So what does Noname do?
So what we do is API security.
Yeah.
In general, maybe I'll just briefly say a word about API in general, because not sure who's the audience.
Yeah.
But APIs are today the way that applications and browser are talking to the backend, because you don't want to send all the UI stuff every time. So you just send the data from the client to the server and from the server back to the client. And actually, that's the way the browser and the application are communicating today. And what we've seen at Noname is, first of all, that on most organizations, they have a total mess around their APIs. They don't know what APIs they even have, right? And not to talk about like securing them, like what data they send. Because, for instance, an API might send sensitive data to client, even if it doesn't show in the UI. The server still might send it, right?
Right.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, and besides of that, you have many permission issues because it's so complex. All the permissions, you have roles, you have, you might put an API that is supposed to be for admins only, and just by mistake, a developer might do a mistake because you have so many APIs for an organization. So it's just a matter of, the time and the amount of APIs and the changes that you have until you have mistakes. So for that reason, we understood we need to create something that, gather all the APIs of an organization and first of all creates visibility to the organization, what APIs we even have. And over that, you can do many things around security, showing problems around their APIs or even special crafted attacks.
Okay.
Because regarding the security of API attacks usually tend to be way more complex or harder to detect than usual, like the attacks that, for instance, I was doing as a child, SQL injections, all those. Today, every WAF knows to detect, and at least most of the SQL injections or JavaScript injection, etc. But today, most attackers, they don't work that way because it doesn't work anymore.
Right.
So what they do modifications to the APIs themselves. Like if you have a field that says a number, like an age of a person, and if I try to put there something else which is not a number, let's say even I'm putting a huge number, it might crash the server.
Oh, I see. Playing with the data itself or the attributes.
And causing overflows in the buffers.
Exactly. Or for instance, if you have a field of a URL, this URL might be an SSRF attack. It can go. So it's harder to say it's hard for a WAF to say, okay, this is a problematic field, and the change that you did to this field is very problematic. It's hard for them to tell. Or if you're doing a scraping, it's sometimes very hard to tell that a scraping is happening because it can take a long time or from many users. So you have to have the context of the resource, like saying this is the same API and I'm seeing all those changes and all those modifications or a suspicious activity around this resource, around this API.
Right. Oh, that's really interesting because I'm also like from the old school where, SQL injection and all that. That was even like in my uni course and I had to play around with that and I was tested on that. But obviously things have evolved a lot. So we're leaning more and more on platforms and systems to be able to pick up this stuff because it takes like complex, I would imagine, algorithms to be able to do all the intrusion detection and keep up with it, right?
Yeah.
So is that what Noname offers?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So what is the Noname platform?
So I'll show a little bit.
Okay. Let's have a quick look. So as I understand, this is going to be about security, our APIs and our systems. So if I have a need for a platform right now and I'm unsure about the real-time security, as well as perhaps continuous security and continuous monitoring. Is that what your platform?
Yeah, so we have
solves?
like several main modules. The first module does runtime, we call it runtime security, which is real-time detection of malicious activity.
Right.
We also have a posture module, which what it does is basically understanding what APIs you have and if it was just built wrongly, right? You send data that you shouldn't send. You don't do a proper validation for like for your login credentials or so that's those two. Besides of that, we have another different product which does active testing, sits inside the CI/CD, and do all those testing like a test. You can put it on your CI/CD.
So it tests the code.
Yeah, it doesn't test the code, it tests the APIs.
Guys.
It tries to send like malicious
On the
activity.
network boundary. Okay.
Yeah, it tries to send malicious activity to the APIs and see how the backend reacts, like an attacker would do, just automatically.
Okay.
And this will enable you, of course, the companies which are using this to catch these, I would say, vulnerabilities a lot earlier before they actually release them into production.
Exactly. So what we try to do is we try to bring a holistic solution which try to detect problems all the way. So it's in the development process, but also in the production process.
Okay, cool. So walk us through, what are we looking at here?
So this is our platform. What you can see, like the first screen just shows what issues you have and like what the first thing that you need to handle.
Yeah.
So you have the severity. But I think I would like to start with the inventory.
Okay.
The inventory, what it shows, how many APIs you even have, on which domains, and what content is being served. So you can see that we detected credentials and PIIs and the location being sent. And you can see what data was sent from the response and what data was sent from the client to the server.
Okay.
And so from that, you can drill down. You can say, okay, emails. It's interesting to see what APIs are sending emails back to the client. And then you can just drill down and see all your APIs. So you can see you have the search API or the messages API or the orders, all the sort of APIs. From each one of them, you can just enter and first see like where it is in my infrastructure. The traffic was received from the ALB. You can see what tags you have on them just to get the context to what application it's relevant.
Okay. Wow.
How many consumers do you have? Is it an important API or is it an API that nobody even uses? Maybe we'll just want to drop that API and don't serve it anymore.
So this is just tracking usage, that bit. So it's telling you if it's underused, overused. Like, how do you do that? Do you set a threshold? Say, I expect 10 people to use this, or
no?
What's the criteria?
So we say you have tens of users or hundreds.
You just give the number, and then it's up to me to figure out. Okay.
Yeah, you know if it's a lot for you or not.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Got it. Yeah.
What type of API? Because REST is the most common like API protocol today, but we're seeing, for instance, GraphQL very, very involving, and more and more companies are using that today. So we support that as well.
Can I just take a little bit of a tangent and ask you? So have you seen many GraphQL APIs coming up now more and more?
Yeah.
Because it is I talk a lot about GraphQL because microservices is my thing. So I'll talk a lot about microservices out there.
Yeah.
And I even put out an article saying why I think GraphQL is the future, which is controversial. We know there is room for REST and GraphQL, and I'm actually writing another article just about that.
Yeah.
But I am a huge fan of GraphQL. And there is this, this saying that says it has picked up great momentum since 2015.
Yeah.
Is that validated from your point of view? Do you see the momentum?
Yeah, so definitely. And I must say that when we started 3.5 years ago, we just heard that people talking about it, but nobody really used it. But in, I would say, the last year and a half, we're seeing more and more companies just taking it and trying it out. Yeah, and if you're asking me, I think it's just a matter of time until like at least all the big companies are going to use it.
That is very interesting. I don't know about you guys in the chat there, but I love GraphQL, and I'm always interested in hearing opinions about GraphQL. I'm always, willing to be proven wrong, but so far, everybody who's used GraphQL says, okay. There's a lot of talk about the BFF, and serving it to more the UI layer, not so much the very back end of the microservices cloud that you may have. But yeah, very interested in the chat. If you have any opinions about REST versus GraphQL, please bring them in, because for me, they are like gold, and we can talk about that all day as well.
But we can't talk about it because we have other things as well.
You are absolutely correct, Meish. So let's continue on here, seeing what you're showing us.
Yeah. So another interesting thing to show is this API is internet accessed or not? Because basically, because the services are using today APIs as well to talk to each other. Yeah. So not all of the APIs are even available from the internet. So what we see quite frequently is that APIs that are not supposed to be available to end users are still available, and we did find a lot of issues around that.
Okay.
And why does that usually happen? Because, I mean, of course, we always want to create the most secure system, but we all know that, for example, companies which are starting out and moving fast as they can, do they forget these things, or is it oversight, or is it because of not enough people? Why does that actually happen?
I think it just mistakes, because when you design it, it's hard to get to the resolution of an API. You have a service, and 99% of the APIs in this service should be available to end users.
Yeah.
But one of the APIs that interact with the same data in general shouldn't be available to end users, and it's hard to tell, okay, only this specific API should be private and not be used publicly. I can give maybe an example. We see, for instance, APIs that are exposing internal services. For instance, an API that exposes an email service, right?
Okay.
And it is internet facing, because when they designed it, they thought, okay, we have many services that are internet facing, and they need to interact with this service as well. And we expose the service via an API. But what happens in the end is that they have an API that exposes the entire email service, sometimes with a very weak authentication method online, and every attacker can find it and try to attack their APIs.
Interesting. Okay. And actually, I do have a question for you. I read something here on the chat that made me gasp. Man, I didn't want to interrupt. It said, I am a GraphQL hater. It's performance and caching, as well as security nightmare. So performance and caching is something that we definitely don't have time to talk about, but my God, I wish we did, because I got so much to talk about that. So I want to pick on the security, because obviously we got head of research here at Noname Security. So take advantage of that. Send your questions, because Dor can answer you from, from your perspective. So tell me, let's pick on that. GraphQL security nightmare. What do you think about that?
Yeah. So not sure if I'll call it a nightmare, but it is very hard to maintain GraphQL from a security perspective, because it's so huge and there's so many components, and it's very hard to track like the whole flow, because you might get from one resource to other resources very easily.
Oh, it's a traceability factor.
Yeah, and many times people forget to close, for instance, the introspection.
Yeah.
So it just as an attacker, you're just getting the whole map of all the resources of an organization.
Exactly. Yeah.
And once you have that, you can start to look for vulnerabilities without trying to poke the server and try again and again. You just have the whole map on your end.
Right, okay.
So that is causing many troubles I see it like a lot, that it's causing many troubles.
Got it.
Yeah, and another issue is that usually the whole resources are being available through the GraphQL, because that's the whole point, right? But then many times, because you're trying to do things generic and you don't want to say, okay, users, I'm going to do completely different. You want to just expose, for instance, the whole DB via GraphQL. And then what we see is, for instance, hashes of users are being exposed, because you just send the entire user object.
Oh, okay, I see. So do you help with that situation in your platform?
Yeah.
So how does Noname platform help with that?
So for once, we show that you have that problem.
Okay.
For instance, if you have introspection enabled, we can tell you, okay, everyone can do introspection to you and get the whole map. And if we see resources that are shouldn't be exposed, for instance, if someone is storing JWT in the user object, which is something that we see quite a lot, and when you're fetching the user object, you're getting the JWT as well, then we can tell you, okay, we can see that everyone is able to fetch the user object, and it stores sensitive data in it.
Okay, cool. And that shows up on your
Yeah.
system there.
Yeah.
In the very same interface.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have alerts or anything like that in the
Yeah.
platform?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have alerts. Maybe first I'll just show that you can see the whole schema of the API, including the headers, which is something that like many people don't consider as part of their API, but we agreed that it makes a lot of sense to put it because, for instance, you have the authentication and authorization mechanism. Most of the time, they're in the headers or in the cookies, and so we have that as well. And as you can see, you can just see, for instance, here is the body schema. So you can see that you have an user object that contains an email address, and then we can tell you that email address is a string, and we detected it's a string from type email.
Okay.
Okay.
So we do that for all sort of data, and then you can just look for all the APIs that contain a specific data. So if you have something that is sensitive to you, it's easier to find out. Instead of going on all of your code and just checking API, and you know it very it takes a lot of time to the developers or to R&D in general. You can just go to the UI and just check, okay, what APIs are sending emails outside of the organization. So,
and by the way, how do you discover that they're sending emails? How do you know that happened?
So we have what we call them data types.
Okay.
And basically, there are some sort of or regexes, or I'll show. So you can do it just by regex.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, or by the hierarchy. So if you have an user that under the user you have an address, so we can tell, okay, it's an user address or a personal address.
Okay.
Which is sensitive, and for instance, a shop address is not sensitive, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, God. So do you have a standardized regex for emails? Because I remember throughout my career
that was one of the worst things ever to try and figure out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and IP addresses.
And IP addresses. It's like, it seems like it should be the most basic type of thing that we know how to pick, but there's always a different one that you have to pick, and I never got the right one for my stuff.
Yeah. So we have, I agree, it took us a lot of time and attempts until we got like the one that we really feel safe with, that it works for everyone, and
including the plus thing, right? Because
or quote, which seems like a
quote.
So at least for the RFC says that you can use quote for an email address, for the name in the email address, but the organization don't support that, obviously, because like it doesn't make sense to me, at least. But
I never seen an email with quotes. That is, has anybody ever seen an email with quotes?
No, I haven't seen one either.
I would love to know if anybody there put it in the chat. If
so actually just a few weeks ago, a customer came to us and said, hey, you don't recognize our emails. And then we looked, what's the problem there? And it just had quotes in it.
Wow.
And then and we didn't believe it makes sense, so we went to the RFC, and then we saw they're using quotes in the RFC, and they say it's okay. And Gmail doesn't support that, and the most companies don't support that.
I feel like just going and sign up for an email right now with a bunch of quotes to see what happens.
Probably won't work as we said.
It doesn't make sense to me as well. Yeah.
Oh well. So okay, so we only got a few minutes left. Is there anything that you want to show before we wrap up?
Yeah, so maybe I'll just show like just one alert. Basically, that's how an alert looks like. And you can just, we're saying, okay, this is the API, the problematic API. And then you can drill down to the API and look at its schema and everything. And you can just take evidence and look, okay, that's what we had in the request, that's what we had in the response, and understand the problem. And yeah, we also, you can see this is a posture issue because it's not an attack, it's just a problem in the API, an internet-facing API exposing sensitive data without authentication. So we just gather all that information and just cross it together to understand is there a problem here. So that's I think that's a good example for such a problem.
Cool. Yeah. Got a few questions on the chat, but I only have time for one, so I'm going to pick the one which also interests me. Is there anything there about saying if an API is idempotent? I guess not, because you will need to idempotent. So if you can be called multiple times without consequence. I'm guessing not, because you will have to inspect the code to realize that, right? So idempotency is not really something you look into with security.
So I'm not sure I understand, but we do, like for instance, look if a single user is trying to access the same API with just modifying a field again and again, so we can tell this is a problem.
That's fine. Yeah, no, idempotency is about whether you can repeat the code without consequences.
I see, I see.
You know, for example, somebody put purchase twice, and it doesn't actually purchase the thing twice, maybe because you have mechanisms to prevent that from happening. But yeah, that's more of a code thing, isn't it? So, but that's really good to know as well, because obviously it leads to DDoS and all that kind of stuff, which I think it's something that you can stop short just by seeing somebody's hitting it. Having said that, I do like a lot of times, because I'm constantly on the move, I go like, go, go. I'm guilty of that. I just rely on people having having done it right.
Somebody else's problem, you mean?
Yes, exactly. I'm one of those. I'm a nightmare, because of course I am a techie, but at the same time, when I'm a user, Yeah. Just make this work. So it may look like I'm doing a DDoS attack just because I'm like, come on. Just because I'm on and off internet all the time, always trying to pick up things. Now, this is really interesting. So just to wrap up, tell me, if I wanted to go on Noname platform, what's the starting point? How do I play around with it? How do I see it?
So we have a website. You can register there and like just ask for a demo, and we'll show you. And we also have an amazing workshop which you can try it yourself, and just ask us for a workshop, and we'll show you. Like you can try yourself to make API requests and see how it looks in the system, and try attack by yourself. Just we'll show you how to attack an API and how attacks look like, and how we detect them. Okay, cool. Well, Dor, thank you very much for being here. I learned a lot. I hope you all learned a lot over there. So. Yeah. And don't forget to take advantage of these amazing people here. We're live, so leave your questions on the chat. Just share with us your ideas and everything else. So now what we're going to do is actually check GameDay again. So apparently there's stuff going on there.
I wonder if anybody's changed with the leaderboard or something else going on.
I know, right? So we're going to check the leaderboard. We're going to see from players what the experience is like, in case you're wondering to come to London and do it at London Summit. It's June 7th, F1 GameDay. For now, let's go over to GameDay.
Welcome back. We are in the second qualifier of this Formula 1 game day in Tel Aviv. As you can see, we have a full room today in this second challenge, where people must learn and try to be the most and fastest team to get the 4 challenges done. How are things going on this end? Well, we have multiple. Linda is trying to get some people to get some interviews, but maybe we should just go on and start speaking with the people. What about, I'm throwing out the challenge to our camera. Sorry about that, guys. Let's make this out of our comfort zone and try to walk. No, we're trying. Oh, batteries, logistics. Well, as you can see, not sure if you can see the dashboard we have right now. There's a first team called OPP Dong with 1 million points of score. Here are things. If you start the challenge beforehand, you lose points. If it takes too much time to do the challenge, you lose points. So you really need to be careful on how you track and how you follow the whole things. 4 challenges, as we said, and hey, please, welcome to our first guest.
Hey, nice to meet you. Hey,
can you please tell us a bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. My name is Amir Khazoum. I'm working at CloudZone for 3 years. I just had a really good Sorry? We just done with the presentation. I had a really good presentation here. Yeah, from software to SaaS to co-selling opportunities with AWS Marketplace. Yeah. It was a really nice presentation.
And you're participating now in the challenge?
Yeah.
How is it going?
Actually, we were in the first place. Now we're in the second place. So the group name is Breakpoint. I hope we can get the competition.
Oh man, 600 points. First one,
Yeah,
it's 1 million already there. How you plan to take over?
I don't know. I need to go there and help my team.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's nice. So, best of luck in this qualifier, in this round.
Thank you very much.
I will follow up. Now I know Breakpoint
Yeah,
is one of
sure.
our favorite teams, huh? Let's see
Thank
how
you
it
very
goes.
much.
Thanks for the time.
Bye, guys.
Ciao. Let's try to find a second one so we can go on the interview. Okay. Oh, really? Oh, sorry, guys. I will throw back to my friend Mateus. It's in the main desk. All yours, man.
Yes. Hello. So, game day. I'm going to talk a little bit more about it because I didn't have time to finish up my story last time. But I have to say, not just F1 Game Day, but like I experienced many by now, but League of Legends Game Day, if you're a gamer, like I said, it's amazing. So not only I did the Worlds 2022 last year, but then we just did again a Paris Summit.
Okay.
So not too long ago. I used to speak French. I think I still do, but my French friends may tell me differently. But it was out in English anyway, and it was a riot. Some of you may have got that joke. Yeah, I'm so excited. There's going to be another one coming soon. So there's always F1 and League of Legends game days, depending on the events that we're putting. So just you can look at everything online, look up AWS Game Day. You can get all the information there, and you can also see other opportunities to join, not just at the summits and big events like reInvent, but also maybe virtually online or even locally. Who knows? We may have a game day coming locally to you at some point. So what I want to talk about also is startups, because today that's the theme today, game day and startups, and we have lots of really cool startups. We just saw Noname Security, and we do have someone who is going to be talking about their startup, and that is Viki. So Viki.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Cool, thank you.
Yes, enjoying the summit?
Of course.
Yes. When did you arrive? Early today?
11 o'clock, but don't tell.
Nah, that's fine. I arrived here 8 a.m., so
I know.
and I'm still going like, where am I? Oh, Tel Aviv Summit. Yes, no, it's absolutely fantastic. Are you local Tel Aviv? Do you live here?
Yes.
Yes?
I don't have a good excuse like you.
No, but that is what happens, isn't it? Usually when you live local, that's when you're usually late for
of course,
stuff.
exactly.
Yeah? Like many times I had a job, I was like, I'm going to live close to my new job. But that's when I was late for work most times, because you just take it for granted. So tell everyone, who are you, Viki, and what is your startup?
Cool. I'm CEO of
Yes.
Onebeat. Onebeat is a SaaS solution for inventory optimization. And what we do, help retailers to build resiliency in their supply chain operations. I come from a cloud infrastructure and DevOps field. I co-founded a company that built cloud infrastructure solutions.
Nice.
Yeah, did one exit. Other were
Nice.
So what we probably try to understand is what does it mean denial of service in retail industry?
Okay.
And denial in service, you know what does it mean? When you don't have what you want as a consumer. So we are taking all practices that we learned from DevOps and scale and availability and reliability into the retail world.
Wow.
That it's still the majority of it with Excels and spreadsheets.
Okay. Wow. There's a lot there. I love the pun.
The idea is nice.
Right. That is really nice. Denial service. Love that. I really like when you said you come from DevOps background and all that, and now you're CEO of a startup, even done an exit. So first, I wanted to know a little bit more about your journey, because I'm pretty sure there are plenty of people out there who want to have that journey, who want to become startup CEOs and maybe developers, maybe DevOps today. So how was that journey for you?
Okay, it's all about the client.
Okay.
It's all about creation of value.
Okay.
And where you really want to build strong commando teams as a beginning.
Okay.
And you don't want to lower your standards when
Okay.
you want to deliver something.
Okay.
So it's all about it.
Okay.
And I think the journey is all when you want that other people will be much more successful when they're with you.
Oh yeah, like for sure, right?
So-
We at Amazon, we have this saying of working backwards for customers, and we take it very seriously.
Everything works that way,
With
exactly.
everything. I mean, from our products and services to this very live stream, you know, we look at what people want, what people need, and that's what we work towards, never the other way around, for sure. Is this something that you apply on your
I say I apply
basis?
exactly this leadership,
Yeah.
but it's all about what does it mean creation of value.
Okay.
And value, it's ROI. It's how do I build a sustainable business that
Yes.
create positive margins all the time. And how IT, it's what I took from DevOps practices, can generate your revenue. What do I mean by it? For example, what we do in Onebeat. We are taking the current inventory when everyone talk about forecast, planning, let's talk about the future, let's plan better, right? Let's have our ideas and our management attention on what's going to be.
Right.
What about what you have?
Okay.
If not, it's like you have a code that found what? Garbage.
Right.
Because users don't use it, they don't get values, they don't pay for it. So the creation of value, it's all around, you know, what do you do with existing thing, with your client probably right now,
Yes.
and what does it mean reliability and resiliency? Resiliency, it's mean how I make my decision on day-to-day operations about execution and delivery on demand.
Right.
I took it from the practices that I built
like it.
in AWS on AWS infrastructure. It's why I call it denial of service. You want this T-shirt, right? And you want medium, and you want a blue color. And you came because you want the experience of buy it now. Not everything is online, and we know it, right? You still want this
When you
experience.
feel the actual product.
And COVID proved it. People thought we'll go online. Everything will be okay, right? Because we can consume everything we can now.
Yeah.
No, you still want this feeling of something that I bought.
I tried it on physically on myself.
And then what they tell you, but I have black. I don't have the blue one. Can you take black?
Got it.
Why?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I think, like you said, it was the pandemic that kind of amplified those feelings.
Yeah.
Because before, people were very much, oh, e-commerce is going to kill the high street or whatever. You know, that's like late 90s, early 2000s, probably showing my age there. But, you know, and obviously, as we know, it didn't quite turn out like that because the pandemic kind of shifted things back to go, wait, no, we like the real experiences, right? So I absolutely agree with you, and I think it's great. And how does your company help with that? So what does what do you do? Do you have a service, a product? What is it?
Product, of course.
Okay, yeah.
We have a software. It's a SaaS solution. So what we do, we take item by item. We can do AI, of course, like everyone uses AI.
It's not a
it's
server
all about
without
the AI.
Exactly.
But the challenge probably it's not to build the model.
Okay.
Because people understand their environment probably. You know, they know their business much better than we know. What the challenge is, how do you manage and process and make insights that you can work on daily basis based on all the machine learning capabilities that you have in your system. Sure. What does it mean? It's mean take external data points, take internal data points, take, of course, ERP systems and all other point-of-sale systems that we know, aggregate the data, streamline the data at one place, and make better decisions. What does it mean?
Based on the data.
Process the data well, make good assumptions, probably have automated processes, adapt and understand the supply chain operations, all the conflicts and probably other problems that they have to run their operations, because it's all about the people.
Yeah, yes.
Eventually, and then make much better decisions that a person can.
Love it.
And show the data. Visualize to everyone the data that you have on daily basis, why you did, what you did, and why you send this truck with those specific items that won't break the collection, but will have the right item in the right store on the right day.
Love it.
And the right day is short-term prediction. So how do you apply AI correctly? And for retailer itself, it's cost a lot of money to build his own infrastructure, to upload the probably cloud and infrastructure environment, to manage it, and to have skilled people that can do business intelligence, operations, cloud operations, right? Development internally, and understand business.
Yeah. Well, and that is why startups blow my mind, because you're always thinking of the whole picture, addressing everything, and then going straight up for the problem. Viki, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure having you. I loved your vision. I loved your enthusiasm, and I love seeing exactly what startups are
how can
all
apply
about.
differently.
No,
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. And Meish, wow. How cool is that? Startups are just...
It sometimes blows my mind because a lot of people call Israel the startup nation.
Yes.
There's actually a book called The Startup Nation written about Israel, of the amount of people which come up with these wonderful ideas, things that people have never thought about. It sometimes is really mind-blowing about what actually comes out of this country.
It is, because they are out to solve problems, picking up things, or sometimes augmenting solutions, and just really making their own. I absolutely love it. And I don't know how many of you in the chat or watching this, have a startup. But if you do have a startup, or if you think of having a startup, we do have something really cool coming up, and that is a new show that we have on twitch.tv, which way around? This way. Twitch.tv/AWS, which is where you're watching this right now. We are going to have a show called Let's Build Startups. I think I got the title right. Let's Build a Startup.
Correct,
Startup, not startups. And it's going to take you through the whole process of building a startup through show by show. So just check out this trailer so you see what it's all about.
In the heart of the urban jungle, a unique species of Homo sapiens thrives. Identified by their common adornments, the humble hoodie, their peculiar yet endearing rituals involving ping-pong tables, and an astonishing amount of free coffee. The startup Homo sapiens.
I'm no David Attenborough, but I know a thing or two about startups. For example, did you know they don't run on coffee alone?
I'm here to guide you on an extraordinary journey. Our new Twitch series, AWS Let's Build a Startup. Together, we shall observe how an idea evolves, grows, and matures into a real minimum viable product. All of this within the AWS ecosystem. Whether it's the thirst of knowledge guiding you, or simply your passion for free caffeine. Join me on this fascinating journey. AWS Let's Build a Startup. See you on Twitch.
So yes, absolutely see them on Twitch. It's going to be pretty cool. I've worked with the team that's doing that, and I know Giuseppe is an amazing host, and there's going to be plenty of really cool information to go there. So have you been involved with startups?
Not actually. I've worked mostly with enterprises most of my life.
Okay.
Very big companies, and Amazon is not a small company, so it's also a very big company. I haven't done any startups over my career.
Okay, well, I did. I had 3 or 4. One wasn't a great experience. The other ones were amazing. It really is like a mixed bag. And now I've met so many startups through my job here at AWS that I'm constantly amazed by them. So let's meet another one. Let's meet a startup who is doing amazing things as well. Right now, over to you, Linda.
Hello, everyone. I'm here at the main expo with
Dedy Kredo.
Dedy, how are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Feeling the vibe behind you?
It's awesome.
You know, you got the coffee, too. I don't know if you can see it. We have a coffee stop, of course. So can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Dedy Kredo. I'm the co-founder and chief product officer of CodiumAI. Nice. Been in the software industry, AI, ML, for the past 15 years. Amazing. In product-facing, product management positions, customer-facing positions, programming, all of it. Yeah.
You always knew you were going to be in tech?
Yeah, been programming since I was maybe, 9 years old or something like that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, so CodiumAI, could you tell me a little bit about that?
Sure. So CodiumAI is a coding assistant that helps developers reach 0 bugs.
Nice.
So really our focus is on helping developers generate test suite in a very easy and efficient manner. Just make that process of generating tests much more fun and easy. Yeah.
I needed that. You know, for many years I worked as a programmer, and where was this in my life? So can you tell me, what is the pain point you're solving for developers? What are the main points, you know?
Yeah, sure. So I think generally developers, you can kind of split them into 2 main groups.
Yeah.
Those that hate tests and just don't do them at all, or do them at the last moment when they're being like pushed against the wall. And those that hate tests, but do it because they have to. They have to reach a certain like.
Tests, so at least we
pretty
agree.
much. There are, you know, maybe there's like a 1% group that I miss that actually love it, but it's very.
You can write in chat. I can't see it at this point, but let us know.
But yeah, so it's painful, it's time consuming, it's really hard to think of all the edge cases, all different scenarios you want to test and catch these bugs before they get to production, so that's really tough. And we're really here to solve that. That's our goal. Yeah.
How have you seen developers use it throughout? What have you seen most common, or like what have you kind of feedback have you gotten so far?
So we launched like a little over 2 months ago, and we have quite a bit of traction. We have like a few tens of thousands of developers using the product.
Nice.
We get pretty amazing reviews on the marketplaces and VS Code Marketplace, JetBrains, where you can actually get CodiumAI.
So you can install on your IDE, right?
Yeah, you just download it to the IDE. It's like a one-click install.
Nice.
And you start to basically get value out of it,
Yeah. So how did you come up with this concept? Like first of all, did you always know you're going to be in AI ML? And now it's all the talk, you know, mass market, I think. What are your thoughts? Have you seen an increase also because of all the talk that's going on now in AI ML? And
Yeah, so first of all, this has always been an issue, right? Like generating tests, finding bugs, catching them at the right time, it's always been an issue. It's been near and dear to our hearts for both of us, both me and my co-founder. He actually has a really crazy story where he was a director at Alibaba Group, and because of a bug, the main screen of Taobao, it's like a main like e-commerce site, it went kind of dark for a minute. And it cost like $10 million, like for that 1 minute, like the financial impact. And so this was always been an issue that was important for us. And many companies have tried to solve this using engineering, but it wasn't really possible until very recently. And
to do it with AI.
Yeah, and I think nowadays a combination of engineering and AI actually enables us to provide a solution for this.
Can you explain a bit more about that? Because I know, like, is it because of transformers? I'm not as a bit more curious.
Yeah, sure.
Specifically how the
so I would say the solution is about 50-50 between engineering, which includes both collecting context, bringing the relevant context and code to the model, as well as like another 50% of AI, that the model themselves, but also a very unique user experience. And that's another thing we had to crack, and we're still kind of iterating on, is a unique user experience for this specific use case, for generating tests and catching bugs very early in the development lifecycle.
So I guess on that note, what's the future vision?
So first of all, we're gonna. So right now, it's a kind of a free tier right now at the moment. We're going to introduce a Teams offering and an enterprise offering. We're going to start handling maintenance of tests, integration with CI/CD. So we're going to do a lot more to come on that. Yeah.
Amazing. As far as your journey itself, because I kind of want to know how you came up with like specifically this product. This is a start. Was it like, I guess, more advice for people also starting their companies or creating something that helps developers? What's your advice there?
Yeah, I think one piece of advice is to always choose an area that you have that you're really passionate about, that you've experienced the problem firsthand, and that you know enough in order to bring value. That's one thing. And then you need to find a good kind of like why now. That's my take. And for us, it's been also the technology that now enables us to provide a solution, but also, interestingly, what we've realized, and we realized it before ChatGPT even went out.
It was mass market.
We realized that developers are going to be basically 10x more productive, at least, or more, when we look into the future. And they're just going to generate so much code, and a lot of that code will be generated by AI, which will only make this problem even more severe. Understanding, finding all the edge cases, looking at a chunk of code and making sure that it actually behaves the way it should behave. And we realize that this is a very strong why now for why this is going to be essential for your organizations.
Yeah, I can imagine if you're, let's say, using that and you get generated code and you almost really don't know maybe always the why. It might seem some of it like magic, and I don't know, if everyone will do their due diligence and you really need some sort of automated solution for testing. I guess also regarding the specialization of use cases with AI, this is a specific use case, so I guess from a model standpoint, like how long have you been building this, if I may ask?
Yeah, so we started like around, I would say, August last year.
Nice.
We started building it. As I mentioned, there's a lot of engineering involved. It's not kind of purely just AI, LLM, and use it. You can generate tests with products like GitHub Copilot or AWS Code Whisperer. They would generate tests, but they're not, per your comment, they're not fine-tuned to that. They're not meant specifically for that use case. So there's a very big difference in the quality of the result that you will get versus a solution that is a system, an entire platform that is purpose-built for this specific pain point.
Because that's what's interesting. I guess with now a lot of the eyes around AI and ML, like I think people are trying to understand, like it's not always like one size fits all. You'll need to probably have very specialized cases. What do you, as far as AI in general, what are you thinking will be the bigger leaps, I guess, from your experience?
Yeah. I think like the area that I look at most is software development. Yeah. That's like kind of my focus, and I think it's really interesting.
Programmers.
Yeah, and I think the impact of AI on this field is huge.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the processes are still being figured out.
Yeah.
Like the software development process is being reinvented now. So, and we're still kind of iterating on that and figuring it out. And I think that having the right tools to generate code in a very efficient manner, in a different manner that was done previously is one thing, but also having the right checks and balances and the right processes to then verify that code, we know that that's going to be crucial, and that's where we are focused on.
Yeah. Well, as a software developer myself that ended up building a game for my son in 10 minutes thanks to AI for something that would take me 3 hours. I'm excited to see where everything goes, and as well, having those checks and balances, as you said. As far as your journey in general, as far as like being here, was this your first summit?
Yeah,
it's
first time.
First time. So far?
It's amazing. The energy, like the place, like you can see it.
Yeah, and if you know, it's 10 years. 10 years of the summit. I think it's the 10th year. Yeah. So
that's impressive.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Where can people find more about CodiumAI, and how can they install it, and where can they find you?
Yeah. So first of all, feel free. You can always go to our website and get more information. The best thing to do, I would recommend, is to use VS Code. To go in VS Code, go to the marketplace, install CodiumAI there, and give it a try. And you can also do it on JetBrains if you're like a JetBrains developer. Yeah. So we can find us there as well for the JetBrains IDs.
I'm excited to see, like in the coding space. Also, that's where I'm keeping my eyes as far as like just the pain points of how long it takes and Stack Overflow and all this. There's still there's going to be like a 10x of productivity, as you said. I mean, we can feel it. I'm excited to see where everything goes. Where can people find you specifically?
So I'm on LinkedIn, and I'm kind of a newbie on Twitter. Like I'm starting out, but hopefully I'll do more there, like in the near future. But
so LinkedIn.
Yeah, LinkedIn is the main spot for me right now.
And well, it was an absolute pleasure. I hope we see you again at the summit. Maybe we'll do this and check in again about CodiumAI and how's it going. And we're going to send it back to you at the main desk.
Thank you, Linda. Main desk speaking. How is everyone doing? So the Tel Aviv Summit continues on. There was a bunch of people just came out here. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's behind me. But yeah, there's a lot of things going on now. I think lunch is going on as well.
Yeah, probably food.
I don't know.
or generative AI.
I don't want to even think about food right now. So I have here two special guests with me. I have two very special guys, and I want you guys to introduce yourself. So let's start from the left.
From me. Okay. So hi, everybody. My name is Yuval Belfer. I work at AI21 Labs. I'm a developer advocate, not something that you haven't seen, as this is the title of Matthias over there. And really working on bringing generative AI to everybody, making it accessible.
Romy?
Hey, my name is Romy Datta. I lead product management, business operations, and go-to-market for SageMaker's human-in-loop services. And we're looking forward to this conversation, talking about how SageMaker makes your generative AI journey easier.
Generative AI. Has anybody heard that term before? I don't think you have. I think we're going to have to really, define it. Well, clearly everything's AI, 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 generative AI, generative AI. And guess what? We are here to talk about generative AI, which is pretty, yeah, everyone is like, the whole summit, generative AI. We're going to get a bunch of people like coming here now. First of all, Yuval, I've been pronouncing your name wrong. You just said something completely different. What did you say, your name?
Yuval.
Yuval.
You're just saying it with an accent, so it's okay.
That sounds like Spanish to me. Is that Hebrew?
Yeah, it's Hebrew. For some reason, for English speakers, it's very hard to pronounce it, although it's like starts with the word you.
Yeah.
Like it's literally Yuval, but
yeah, I was saying
okay.
Yuval.
Someone said sometimes say it with a J. So I don't care.
I was saying Yuval, and now I'm saying Yuval. Good, you converted me quickly.
Everything is okay.
I'm still learning. I'm trying to learn Hebrew words, but I haven't had the time because I'm just doing this. So I'll learn more after. Oh, it's not my microphone. So, first of all, Yuval, you work for AI21 Labs. So tell us a little bit about the company and what you're doing.
So essentially, we're an NLP-based company. The vision of the company was bringing AI to the 21st century and really changing the world that people read and write, right? Because we're essentially like reading and writing in the same way that people 200, 400, 1,000 years ago did. And all of this was like a lot of talk in the air until recent years where we actually managed to bring it, like really take it away.
Yeah.
And what's special about our company is that we do both sides, right? We have a B2C product, WordTune and WordTune Read, which is a paraphrase tool, helps you write your words but better. And we also have a WordTune Read, which helps you to read. So this is the way we bring in B2C clients, right? Everybody can use that.
Yeah.
But part of the vision is to make it accessible for everybody. So everybody can build the next product that will change the way we read and write.
Okay.
So we have also our foundation models and like models for developers and AI21 Studio. This is what I'm talking about, what I'm working with Romy.
Right.
In tandem from AWS.
That is pretty cool. So Chad, if you don't take advantage of this, then I don't know what else you're going to take advantage of. So if you have questions about generative AI, then we have someone here who is deep into it. But of course, Romy, you also are deep into it, but on the other side. So tell us a little bit about what you do.
Yeah, so I work in the human-in-loop services of SageMaker. So what is SageMaker? You think of SageMaker as the most complete set of end-to-end tools purpose-built for AI. And why do you need set of purpose-built tools for AI? Because as things get more mainstream, okay, from coming out of the research labs, and AI is being used in business, what we call industrialization of AI, for that you need a set of purpose-built tools.
Okay.
You have to look at two industries in the past. The automotive industry, about 100 years so back, people were making hobby cars, but what led to it becoming mainstream? Standardized set of tools. You know, you could have the Ford Model T in any color as long as it's black, and the assembly line. Fast forward 100 years, what made software so mainstream? Standardized IDEs and CI/CD pipelines. And same thing with AI ML. To make it mainstream, SageMaker, we started in 2017. We are coming up on our 6th birthday this October. And it makes us the most complete set of end-to-end tools. And there's no compression algorithm for experience. And that's what I'm here to talk about.
Okay, cool, awesome. So if you want to do generative AI with AWS, now pay attention because Romy is going to show you how you can use SageMaker to do exactly that. So generative AI now has really taken off because it has crossed over into the mainstream market, right, to the B2C market even. So now people are understanding more about it. But it can seem really daunting. It can seem like, well, if I were to do my own generative AI, if you are a startup, for example, and you're thinking about it, it can seem like a big deal because you may have heard that it takes so much money to train models and whatnot. So let's demystify this. And Romy is going to show us now a demo and how you can actually use SageMaker to use generative AI. And please bring your questions in. I'm looking at them, and I'm more than happy to ask our guests here anything that you may want to know about generative AI and AWS or AI21 Labs. So Romy, let's see. What do you have for us?
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So when we just give an introduction to what SageMaker is, but if you look at it from the perspective, of generative AI, here are there are four main pillars, and we'll go through each one of these. You need to take some corpus of data, do some cleansing of that. You need to train the model, okay? Once you train the model, effectively what you have done is what you call pre-train. You're going to host that, evaluate how that model is doing, which would require some kind of a human review. So a generative AI model, like a large language model, how is it performing against certain prompts and things like that, which are inputs you put into the model. You will provide some human feedback and preference data, which aligns your model with human preferences. You would do tests to make sure that your model is helpful, your model is giving accurate results, and your model is not doing something toxic out there. You take all of this data, okay? Some of the preference data, you could take additional data sets which are produced by humans and curated by humans. And then after that, you would go back to that same process, take that information, fine-tune the model, and then come back and repeat the process again and again. This loop has critical components where there are humans involved and there are machines involved. And that's why we call it the human-in-loop process out here.
Okay.
In SageMaker, the tools that you'll be using out here, you would be using training. We'll talk a little bit about that. You'll be using SageMaker Ground Truth for all of the human-in-loop services. And you'll use SageMaker hosting to host and deploy your model, either during your iterations or when you actually go and want to finally deploy it.
Okay. And at this point, you have all the data, right?
Yes, you have all of the initial data, and it's an iterative process, by the way, because let's just you take human data, you take additional data, these language models, okay? You ask them a question, certain facts in the world would have changed maybe 2 years from now. So it's a continuous process you go through. You keep reviewing your outputs and making sure that your model is generating helpful data, accurate data, and also harmless data, and it's not toxic. So how does SageMaker make it easy? As I said, there are the three major components out here, and I'll cover the fourth towards the end. Training, hosting, and then SageMaker Ground Truth for the human-in-loop services.
Okay.
So let's deep dive into each one of these at a high level, I would say, though. So SageMaker training. For large-scale training with tens or hundreds of billions of parameters and hundreds of terabytes of data, you get the most cost-performance optimized training out here with SageMaker. At its core, it's a large-scale cluster orchestration. You would need hundreds or thousands of GPUs to train these large generative AI models.
Yeah.
What SageMaker training does is you could just point to your data, point to your code and framework, and then specify how many instances of what type you want.
Okay.
And SageMaker will spin up the hardware, run your training, and once your training is complete, it'll spin down the hardware, okay, billing you only for the duration of the training down to the last second.
Okay.
It'll basically also run for your large instances health checks, because hardware, it can have faults in it. So run health checks on our time, not on the customer's time, to make sure that the instances are fault-free. And then somewhere in the middle of these training, because these generative AI models are trained for like weeks or months, somewhere if you have like, let's say on a Saturday afternoon, one of the instances fails or something happens with your training, we have resilient training, which will restart from the last checkpoint.
Why does it have to be Saturday afternoon?
I know. Why does it have to be?
Why can't it fail Monday morning?
It is, every engineer's favorite law, Murphy's Law.
Is that something you've experienced, Yuval?
Yeah, but for us, it's like Saturday afternoon is like the end of the weekend. We start to work on Sunday. So.
Oh, I do know that because dealing with international teams all the time.
Yeah, so Monday morning is like just another day for us.
I know.
Sunday is the bad day. So.
I remember when I got messages, I think from Libat, first of all, and then she was sending me stuff. She said, why are you working on Sundays? Oh my God, go have a life. She was like, no, we're
working on Sundays.
We work on Sundays.
Yeah, we don't have a life on Friday and Saturday, but on the rest of the day we work. So.
Exactly. So there you go. If you ever work with people from Israel, then no, they work on Sundays, right? They're not expecting.
And we don't work on Fridays. Which
right.
This is, I think, the most important to emphasize here.
Yeah. No, that is very good. I actually kind of envious of that because Friday is my favorite day of the week. Yeah. Right. Let's look. I'm interested in debugger, for example. So how do you debug? Because AI ML can seem like a daunting thing to debug.
Yeah. So you can look at basically, you can look at where it gives you a graphical interface through which you can see where your code is, which GPUs are working, which is consuming how much data, things like that. Information, lots of information can be provided from the debugger and the profiler combined out there.
Okay,
and then another aspect out here is how do you get such high performance training? Because that is what's critical. As they say, right? Time is money, especially when you have like such awesome data scientists like Yuval out there doing time. You want to save them time. So SageMaker's distributed training libraries provide you an edge out there, optimizing for the AWS infrastructure and providing you 15 to 20% faster performance than other open source frameworks for distributed training.
Cool. Okay.
And then we have, of course, the broadest set of compute instances. You have NVIDIA GPUs, the A100s, the V100s.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's all about choice. Yeah, we have so many choices on AWS that you can do. So obviously, if you haven't used SageMaker, then you can go and check out the product. But there are so many things you can do with SageMaker, but generative AI is one of them. However, I do want to turn to Yuval, because I know you also have a solution for generative AI that you want to show. So let's see a little bit on the AI 21 Labs. I keep saying, earlier today I said AI 21 Labs, and that is like 21, right? I said this right.
Yeah,
AI
bringing the AI
labs.
to the 21st century.
Bring it, there you go.
When you remember the sentence, you remember the name.
Yes, so, I should have done the tagline. Bring AI to the 21st century. There you go. That's my best tagline voice. So, Yuval, let's turn to you and see a little bit of what you have to show us. So what are we looking at?
Okay, so I will just say, what we are doing in AI 21 Labs in our platform line, the developer line of products. AI 21 Studio is offering large language models and other specific models where you can just add generative AI to your product. And the biggest connection here is that you can do all of this through AWS SageMaker. So if privacy is something that you care about, you can do it directly from there. We cannot see anything, and it is literally in your private cloud. And you can work with it in like a very, very comfortable Python SDK. And really adding generative AI to your product, I think even if you disregard the fact that this is important now because it can make you save money, it can make everything more efficient, add new capabilities and scale, I think that no one will invest right now in a company that doesn't say generative AI, right? Like deep learning was, I'm doing something in Excel, but deep learning. So now generative AI is the hype. So what we have here is some sort of a demo to just show you how you can just add these capabilities with very few lines of code. So we'll see it in a short demo, and we'll see it a little in a notebook. I don't know how much time do we have, but Matthias will send this notebook so anybody can do it. It's free on it's publicly available on our GitHub.
Yeah, absolutely. What we do after is definitely be on socials. We can share on socials, DM us, contact us, or just check them out. And then maybe we can put on the description later if the stream's going to be available. I'm not sure, but yeah, we can definitely share those.
It's available though. Just look AI 21 Labs GitHub demo.
There you go.
We're there. So what you see here is a demo of retail. Let's say, suppose you have already a retail site. Okay, you're selling clothes, and you want to add some sort of capabilities to it. So here you can see some products. I want to start though with something which is about customer experience, where a lot of the time, users want to know some sort of answers. Maybe they don't find it. Maybe they just feel more comfortable asking someone and get the answer, talk with someone. And the biggest problem, I think, when people talk about language model today is the hallucination or factuality or grounding. Call it whatever you want. I think hallucination is the most common word. Where language models are, you can think about them either as like pleasers or I heard the term a male college student, where they will give you the answer for everything in high confidence, where they will never say, I don't know, just by that. So even if the answer is wrong, even if the answer is not in what they're supposed to do, they'll just give you the answer, which is a problem, right, when you are doing something as a company and you want it to be reliable. So here what you can see in this demo, we enter the context, the terms and condition about deliveries and stuff like that in our made-up website. And I can ask, well, maybe when will my pants arrive, right? Because I really want it to come fast. And you can see here that standard delivery times for pants are 4 to 10 business days. And if I will look at the context, okay, so I can see here, I'm not sure if you can really see. So I will. Is it big enough?
Yeah, zoom in a bit more if you can. There you go.
Okay, so you can see here. This was in the context. Arrive in 4 to 10 business days. So this is great. This is grounded. But well, if I just get the answer, I'm not really sure what a business day is, right? And I think that we've established the fact that every country has different business days. So I want to ask, what do you count as? It's already there. Great. What do you count as a business day? And here you can see Sunday to Thursday. And okay, clearly for me it makes sense, right? Because I'm from Israel. For someone from America, it will be very, very weird.
Okay, this wasn't even rehearsed. I didn't know you were going to do that. Or did you just do that because I said about Sunday? What?
No, this is actually a question that I checked before. And this is, let me show you something, the really cool thing here. Yeah. Okay, if I will look at the context, just the word business, okay, this is all there is in the context, business days. Okay, but if I will look, for instance, the word Sunday, you can see that it is appearing here. Orders are processed Sunday to Thursday, meaning that the model actually understood, okay, what I'm asking. It understood what is a business day, right? And it really gave it grounded. Whereas if you will ask any language model which is not grounded to this, it will probably say Monday to Friday, right? This is the Americas and probably everywhere but Israel, I think.
Oh, I see what you mean by grounded. So it's not trained on generic data, it's trained on specific.
This is a dedicated API where you just give it a context and a question. And the amazing thing here is that if it doesn't know, if the answer is not in the context, it doesn't rely on some sort of an information that it has. If it's not in the context, it will just tell you, I don't know, or it's not in document. So for instance, let's say I'm a troll and I say, I want free pants, can I get free pants? Okay, this is an example of like a very adversarial example of someone who wants to get a promise from a website, and you can see the answer is nowhere to be found in the context. Try another question.
Okay.
And if you're wondering how it looks like in a code, okay, so this is an already run notebook, and again you can see it. Okay, if this is the actual context, like we've seen before, this is the API call. Okay, just
can you zoom in a bit?
I can zoom in a bit. Sorry, no, but this is like the wrapper that I make. It's now available also on Python SDK, but here I did it with an HTTP request, just to show that you can do it in like in any language that you want. Okay, so you can see just the payload is the context, which is the text that I want the answer to be based about, and the question. Okay, no prompt engineering. No, please answer the following question. No, you are very smart. Tell me the answer to. No. Context, question. Right. Nothing else. As simple as that, and you can really just a few lines of code integrate it very, very easily into your product, and you can see this notebook if you want. Do we have more time to another?
Yeah, we do. Yeah. But before that, one question from me, one question from the chat, which I have seen, Mike the Man Alive, but I was saving more towards the end because this is the philosophical side of generative AI, and that can be a rabbit hole. So, Mike the Man Alive, hold that thought. I'm coming back to that. My question right now is more of a practical one. Context. What is in that context variable? What is it that you're actually passing? Is it the terms and conditions as a string?
So it's just a string.
Okay. Right.
Currently, it's a string. This is a part of a larger solution of like everything. You've talked about it today. I've heard it that for like a solution for all of your documents, right? You want to Q&A all of your internal documents. A big solution like this will come very, very shortly from AI21 with AWS, of course, incorporation. But this is like the first building block that we released from that.
Okay.
Okay, so the context is just a question, and specifically here you can see it. So I literally just copy pasted. It's not smart in this notebook, right? It's just string and a string. I literally just copy pasted. There are smarter ways to do it. There will be other options in the future to do it, but currently it's just get a string.
Okay, that's really cool. Romy, on your side, with SageMaker, if you were going to do generative AI and stuff, are there any like workshops and labs and stuff for you to get started on?
Yes, we actually, our field teams run workshops on a regular basis.
Yeah.
So we can definitely reach out. We'll send out the IDs afterwards for this. And yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Now, let me get to the question in the chat that's been hovering there for a bit now. Mike the Man Alive, and some people are already talking about it, and that's great. Thank you for inputting tense clouding. So let me put it to you guys. So when using generative AI for content creation, how do you avoid losing the author's unique voice, considering most folks will not train their own model? Will all content become super generic? So let's start with you, Romy. What do you think about that?
So the short answer is no. In fact, the high-quality generative AI models, and if you can share, I can show something out here, will fundamentally require a lot of human-in-loop services so humans to generate content. So, for example, the context which Yuval was just showing out here, they would train it with some corpus of data, but to actually truly fine-tune it, they would use a human-in-loop service to generate, to have passages and certain questions and answers, which will be taken as demonstration data to fine-tune that model.
So it's supervised learning.
It will be supervised learning. So you start with unsupervised learning, you pre-train a model, then after that you'll have a lot of supervised learning to actually fine-tune this model to do what it does, do what it wanted to do. And it might actually do it, based on industry, based on your use case. But that is where you actually make it truly, effective for usage.
Okay.
In fact, that's what we launched today. It was launched Tuesday in the United States, Wednesday morning here in Tel Aviv, when we launched the specific workflows in Amazon SageMaker Ground Truth Plus for supervised fine-tuning, creating the workflows and the workforce out there, which will provide such services.
Oh, cool. Wonderful. All right. So that's just out now?
It's just out. It was actually announced today at the keynote.
Yes.
And then, feel free to go out there. The SageMaker Ground Truth Plus services for workflows and workforces are available for helping you generate data, produce data for supervised fine-tuning. For specifically the questions that are being asked out here is it become super generic? No, actually you need to custom tune it, and that's where we are here to help take away some of that undifferentiated heavy lifting.
Okay. What is your opinion, Yuval?
So, right, a lot of people do like to say that now, right? Writers will be obsolete and nobody will be here. But the thing is that, right, content just from the language model is basically reflecting of the data that it was trained. So if everybody will just press, generate, it will be boring. But the way we see it, and AWS obviously see it as well, is that there is always be a human in the loop, and the AI doesn't come to replace us. It comes to be an assistant, right? It's a co-writer. And this is why every time we have like the generation parts, which I haven't got to show, but we can generate and then you edit it yourself, or using something like WordTune to paraphrase it to something that you think, it's something that you would want to say.
Yeah.
You can also do not training, but something like a few-shot learning where you can, it's not training them all, but just give it several examples where you can say, okay, this is somehow the way I write. I did it for several tweets of mine.
Right.
And it actually, it produced something that I thought, well, it seems like something I would write. Right. Maybe a little bit of tweaking, but something that I would totally write.
Right.
So this is.
So I guess for me, it's like I keep saying, much like the calculator did not replace the accountant. This is, especially when Code Whisper came out, that was like the AI will not replace the developer. It's a tool. Of course, it changes the way you work. It is already making certain tasks obsolete, but tasks are obsolete. Then humans come on top of that and work on the new layer, on the new level, whatever it may be, because ultimately somebody needs to understand what the machine is giving you, right? Somebody needs to be in control of that. Somebody needs to be fine-tuning or finding the grounded model, like in your case. Somebody still needs to write those terms and conditions so he can pick up.
Yeah, and this is like, I used to work like I think a decade ago as I worked in an online retail of electricity products, and 3 months of my work was to write product descriptions. I got several like the catalogs, and I had to like, this laundry machine will blow your mind. No, it wasn't. It never did. It's just a laundry machine. Come on, guys. But you can think about the fact that I used maybe 100 descriptions was a good day for me.
Right.
Whereas here I can use it. Can automate, use language models to just generate a bulk and just edit it according to what I want. I can increase my productivity, I can get the scale much higher, and my work will be much more interesting, like instead of just writing it myself, which is very boring from experience, I can tell you.
Yeah, of course. I think generative AI has captured the public's imagination, which is how technology really crosses into the mainstream, right? For old people like me, we've seen it happening with many different things.
Yeah, the Industrial Revolution, I suppose, was very, very nice to watch.
Oh, Yuval!
I'm just teasing him because of before. I don't think he's that old. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. Couldn't resist. I had to.
No, you're right. You're right. Except Industrial Revolution, I wasn't even in Europe anyway. But maybe I was alive. Who knows? I look like it. No, yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, you see so many things that come to the mainstream because it crosses to the consumer side, right? Like nanotechnology and all that has been going for such a long time, but then mobile phones, so it becomes real for people at scale. And I think that's what's happening with generative AI. But if anybody told me that like 20 years ago that people will be saying things like generative AI, like even grandmothers, whatever, like they would never believe it, right? That's just the rapid pace of the world. But it doesn't replace anything that comes before. That's my opinion. I don't know what you think out there. I know there's some conversations there on the chat about it. But that's the way I think. I just think that's literally our power. Birds fly, frogs jump. We make technology. It's what we do. And then we keep progressing. So would you agree with that?
Completely. I mean, in the end, this is what augments, this is always augmented by the humans. Okay?
Yeah.
Generative AI, at fundamentally what it does, it predicts the next thing based on the current. Okay?
Yeah.
But that current will keep evolving.
Exactly.
And that's why you are always, it's not going to be a replacement for humans. It just takes away the undifferentiated tasks out there.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much, Yuval. Thank you so much, Ronnie, for being here.
Pleasure.
If you are interested in generative AI, stick around. We got more coming up later, and keep the conversation going because we can always discuss it more later. But for now, we're going to switch gears again because there's been lots going on at GameDay throughout the day, and we want to see what's up. So, over to you, GameDay.
Hello, everyone. I'm here at the F1 GameDay with
Boaz Zinnemann.
And
Shaden.
Okay, so Boaz, we have GameDay going on behind us. I know you're very involved in it. Can you tell us a bit about who you are? I mean, not that they need it. Okay. How's it going so far?
So I'm the developer advocate for Tel Aviv, Israel. I'm running the GameDay program from the technical perspective. It's going really, really well. I think there is a lot of excitement behind me right now because they are really close to the end of the second round. There's a third round starting in about 30 minutes. So we're going to be reporting from here later on to announce the winner.
Okay, so stay tuned for that. And I'm here with the lovely
Shaden.
And Shaden, where are you from?
I'm from Nazareth. I'm a software engineer. I've been working in the tech industry for 7 years. And I also run my own community called shadencodes on Instagram, where I share content for software developers, engineers, creators from all around the world. And I'm so happy to be here today. It's my first time attending the AWS Summit, and I'm so happy. I'm so excited.
We are so happy to have you here. Fun fact, Shaden and I know each other for years on Instagram, and we did not know we're both located here. So it's so awesome to meet people in person. I kind of want to ask you about social media and impact, in general. How has that impacted you?
Yeah, it's a big thing. Impact is a very broad topic to talk about. And when I first started my journey on Instagram, I started to feel the importance of it. It's actually very good to think about creating content that affecting everyone in the field in a very positive way. So if we can do that, and we can do that for worldwide, so it's really amazing.
Yeah, and And that's the thing. I know, Boaz, you were talking about community builders before as well, and you run a lot of communities. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I think doing content on social media is another type of community. We are working with those communities, and we are running builders community in Israel. So we have several communities for AWS. You're more than welcome to join. If you're in the summit by chance. So if you're in the summit, there is a community booth. They're running their talks from this morning, all by the community, and a lot of people that care about sharing their knowledge. I think this is the same thing you're doing, but just different channel are joining those communities, sharing their knowledge, helping others to be successful on our platform. And I think this is a very important thing in general. In Israel, it's a very big thing, and I'm super happy about it.
So this is your first summit. This is your...
we are celebrating the 10th summit of AWS. I've been here for 6.5 years, so I've been to all of them as an employee, and I've been to all of the previous ones as a customer.
As a customer. Yeah. So how was that experience for you so far? First time?
Yeah, first time. It's actually amazing. Meeting so many people from like all around the place. It's amazing. From different companies, different backgrounds. Networking, which I always share about. It's like something so important. And yeah, as Boaz said, like creating content, sharing knowledge. I didn't know the importance of this until I started my community on Instagram. Like sharing experience can be so much useful and helpful for so many people, and people can learn a lot from it. So amazing.
And I think it's like the representation and inspiration. I followed you years ago. I followed her years ago on social media, and you have to check out her videos. And sometimes just the idea of like seeing somebody on video and seeing things in your language and culture and different genders and just, I think it so much of any career is mindset. Right? It's the way you think and the way you believe you could do something. Were you always, I guess my question to both of you, I'm going to ask each of you, did you always know you would be in tech, I guess?
Yeah, it's a good question. Like, I can think to myself that, yes, I knew I wanted to do something in tech, but I didn't know that I wanted to do something in content creation. And it's something that surprised me in my journey. It's something that I'm learning along the way. Like, every day I create new content, I meet new people, and I learn new things. It's something, as you said, something with a lot of impact, with something that just make you want to learn new things and create more content and network with more people. So yeah, it's. So I didn't expect that. If you ask, if you. Yeah.
You don't even know sometimes who's watching, right? And Boaz, I think you've been involved in community for a very long time. Have you seen a shift also more in social media as well, in how you find people or connect with people? Yeah. And then also, like the other question.
Yeah, so I think my journey was from very young age. I knew I'm going to do something with tech. I was like playing with Commodore 64s and disassembling everything that I could put my hands on. So that was very clear to me. The part of creating content, the part of sharing content with the community is something relatively recent. If I'm looking at my entire career, so this is something that started like when I joined AWS, basically. I did it a bit before that, but not in that scale. And I think that social media is very, very important to spread out what you want. Like you can get to many people in relatively short time when doing something in person, which I personally prefer because I always like to meet people in person. But then you need to go from place to place, and social media is a great shorter for those processes, which is super important for me.
It has really big reach. As far as like, how is the vibe as far as tech right now? You feel like here in Tel Aviv?
Yeah, it's like, you know, a hard question because I live in Nazareth, in North, and I don't, yeah.
And as far as, where can people find the community you built? Like the site, where can people find the meetup that you had a community, online community? Instagram.
Yeah, it's called shadencodes. Yeah.
And Boaz, where can people follow you?
They can follow me on Twitter, it's Zitzman, and LinkedIn, of course, all other social medias.
I saw you do a good impression of the unicorn rentals, then tell us about how that works. Can you tell us a little bit for anybody who doesn't know how every unicorn rental starts?
So Unicorn Rental is a fictional company we created for GameDay, and we took this to the next level and created a racing team called Unicorn Rental Racing, and we built the entire concept of this GameDay together with Formula One around this concept of an invented Formula One team that needs some help from tech people which are coming here to run the game.
Pretty awesome. And GameDay is a great way to kind of interactively learn together. It's 2 to 4 person teams, and we talked about community, different forms of community. It's exciting. I'm excited to see who wins the trophy. I kind of want to backtrack to your journey, because I think it's really inspiring, just kind of like, I've always been inspired by your videos, and I think you reach a lot of people, and there's these bite-sized content. What's your tip for anybody wanting to do that and reach community and all that? What's your tip for somebody else?
First of all, thank you. I'm so happy to know that you enjoy the videos I create on Instagram, because I also enjoy the videos you create. So actually, the number one thing I think about is to create something with meaning that people benefit from and find value. Although content on Instagram can be short, fast, and simple, but it has to contain value that people can benefit from. This is my number one goal. And after you start from this point, you can just reach people with the same mindset, as you mentioned, because people with the mindset similar to what you share will be attracted to the content you create much more easier. Yep. So yes, if the message is clear, and you create content regularly, it's something that you can definitely succeed. Yeah.
And even getting exposed to tech is interesting. I got exposed to tech because I saw somebody actually coding on Instagram. Her name was Coder Girl, and she literally made me believe, oh, why have I not tried it? So sometimes you get exposed to it in other ways. I think your story is also how did you get exposed to tech in general?
It's something very important that I love to share on my Instagram. I want people to see how people work in tech, so they can see the experience and they can learn from, and they can just choose it for themselves. For me, I didn't choose to work in the tech industry because of social media. It's more of I've heard about it in my family. I've heard about it in school. I started to be interested in topics like computer science, mathematics, physics, and topics like this. And then my teachers at school and my parents at home, they recommended this topic for me, and I started to question it, and I started to investigate it more and more. So yes, first of all, we need to hear about it. And people now are affected by everything they say in social media. Everything we see in social media affects us so much. So why not to see this world and this education and these topics on social media, so can people in our age or be affected with this.
And speaking of, we will see GameDay streaming and the trophy session. I know we are wrapping up. Any final words?
I hope you enjoy your day and see you later.
We'll see who wins.
Yeah.
Shaden, Boaz, thank you both for being here. Where can they follow you last time?
shadencodes.
Follow her.
Boaz Zinniman, @Zinniman on Twitter.
And GameDays you can find on the site. Back to you, Mateos.
Thank you, Linda. I'm just looking at how I look right now. I just popped this on, and now I can see it on the screen. It doesn't look like a unicorn. Victor.
It's unicorn. You're absolutely unicorn.
Look, it's meant to be. There you now it looks more unicorny. So thank you, Linda. GameDay is on. But first, I want you to meet my very, very, very good friend, Victor, and we're colleague. So Victor, how are you feeling today?
Good, good. Just finished with my session, Carpenter, and back to you to speak about who is going to...
Well, who is going to win GameDay?
Yes.
Nobody knows this. So let's check out round 2. So we have the leaderboard. Let's see if you can bring that up, please, so we can have a quick look at the teams. And this is the part I usually like about GameDays, because you get a bunch of people that name the teams really funny. Let's see how funny they are in Israel. So let's see, Team 14.
14.
CLZ. Okay, that's not funny, but that is intriguing. Why are you Team 14?
Maybe they have, a previous attempt like 30 times, and this time like 14. It's
right.
their attempt.
The 14th attempt.
Yes.
Then they deserve a prize just for that. If you have played 14 times trying to win, then I will give you a prize if you find me. CLZ, not sure what that means. My geeky mind is going towards CLI, but I don't think that's what it means. At 10,953 points, and then literally very, very, very close. At 10,891 is Upgong. That must mean something. What do you think that is?
Maybe language, some approach. I don't know. Maybe name of the company. Maybe abbreviation of the name.
I don't know. I feel like it's an acronym. I don't know because yeah, it's like the first letter of each one.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Why not? Just like three person is good playing. Why not?
Actually, something really stupid about that. Like back in the 90s, I thought Spice Girls, Spice was the beginning of each one of their names, and then I found out later that had nothing to do with that.
Okay.
But yeah, the round 2 has, I think, closed, if I'm not mistaken, and this is like the leaderboard for that round. And there will be more coming up later. So HTB, contrast, line time. Well done, everyone. Now, let's have a quick look at what's going to be coming up after. We're going to have a break. And then when we come back, we're going to still have plenty of stuff coming up. So if you're interested in coming back after having a bit of coffee, having your toilet break, I know I need one, then what we have coming up here is a community interview with AWS hero, machine learning hero, or who's going to be talking to you all about machine learning and, of course, all the other aspects of community, which is always so interesting. So then we're going to have Descope, which is going to talk about, do a little demo for you about centralized authentication, which is pretty cool. I know I have spoken to many companies that are looking into this. So stick around for that demo and conversations about authentication. Then we go back to the game day to check in, more rounds being played, more people trying to win those prizes. And so keep an eye out for that. We're going to have the F1 avatar demo. And then we are going to have the community interview, again, with TLV DevOps Days. And then we're going to have another startup. And we've had so many startups. I even changed my top, and I don't think anybody noticed at some point saying, we're all about startups because I love startups. Not this top. And now I changed the top again. But good camera cue.
It's Game Day.
This is Game Day. Dab. Game Day. Yes. So it's the dab. I keep dabbing to the wrong direction. It's dab. There you go. So, yes. So, yeah, we're going to have all that coming up until we actually celebrate Game Day. We're going to see the trophy. We're going to see who wins, and we're going to see what they win. And we're going to do that live later in the day when Game Day finishes. So, Victor.
Question for you.
Yes.
I know we currently speaking about Game Day, but what is your favorite game? I know you have a Nintendo. I know that you like to play a game.
Yes.
Game Day, it's not the same stuff like when you play the game. It's more technical. I know, like, you have a problem you have to solve and some pressure. But do you like some, I don't know, some actions, or you prefer to have single player?
Single player. Like, oh my God, yeah. Don't get me started with gaming. This is gonna like become a whole total different stream. I can talk to anybody who's a gamer in the chat. Please, please put it in. I can talk about it all day, although we can't really. But so the easiest thing for me would be to put a high bracket on it and just say my favorite type of game is JRPGs. Because I speak Japanese, Nihongo ga hanashimasu, and Nihongo ga daisuki desu. Any Japanese person watching this, I love your country and your language. So yeah, JRPG is always something I've been drawn to, single player, RPG, strategy, all that kind of stuff. But I play a bit of everything. Do you play games?
Yeah. I'm really big fan of Zelda. I believe you're familiar with this. Recently they released, and yeah, just like you can spend almost the whole day in open world. Yeah, but anyway, just like, when you play the game, you also understand that what kind of the challenge people solve to bring this good game. And like, for example, I spoke a couple minutes ago about the carpenter, and one of the customers who provide gaming solution, and they use a carpenter for their load because it can bring for you a lot of resources, and you can use it at any time. As soon as you finish it, like delete it. And this load sometimes is just like very great if you can request exactly the amount of resources what you needed. So
and that's the thing. Game tag has really cool stuff they wouldn't think of. But of course, to make all this work, all this always on, like Fortnite, which runs on AWS and other games, it takes a lot of tech, and there's a lot behind that, and that's a whole other thing. We actually have a show on Twitch as well called Game Time, where you can see guests coming in and showing their games and then how it works behind the scenes. So check out twitch.tv AWS. Now, we're going to go for a short break. And when we come back, we are going to be talking to Or, who is AWS Machine Learning Hero. And then we're going to have more about generative AI with Mr. G, who's going to come back here with me and show some cool demos on generative AI and all the other stuff that we saw there, including GameDay, of course. You excited about it, Victor?
Yeah, I'm really excited. Generative AI.
Yes.
It's like a big trend.
Exactly.
Let's be honest.
Yes.
So everyone's speaking about like generative AI will replace us. But no, I don't believe in that. But anyway, I think Leonard will show great demo. I remember yesterday when he showed me he's going to use their own folder, some audio file and some prompt. What exactly he's going to achieve? It's combined together and provide for user results. I'm really waiting to see this demo.
Okay. Well, me too. So stay tuned. Go get your coffee. Go to your toilets, and that sounded terrible. Remind me to never say that again. But please. I know I am going to go not to my toilet, to the venue's toilet.
Bathroom.
Yes. And I'm going to get some coffee, maybe a bit more water, top it up, and please come back soon as we are going to have a short break, as I said, and we're going to be coming back in about 5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. 3 minutes, 3 minutes. So see you back here in 3 minutes.
Hey friends, I'm David Priest and I am new to the cloud. So join me on my journey as I dive into the basic concepts that underlie cloud technology and as I talk to experts who know a whole lot more than I do about how that technology actually plays out in real life. I'm going to be taking on one idea at a time and documenting that journey on YouTube and on buildon.aws. If you want to follow along, join me there.
Hey everybody, my name's Stuart Clark. I'm a Senior Developer Advocate with AWS. The Big Dev Theory is a live stream broadcast every week on the AWS Twitch channel. Our live streams are designed to help developers learn about all of the advantages of our partner technologies and AWS. These events provide developers with the opportunity to learn from some of the top minds in the industry and connect with other developers who might be working on similar projects to you. A key part of our mission is to help developers build and innovate with confidence. Each episode we chat with AWS partners and bring experts with specialized knowledge on various areas of technology to provide informative and engaging live streams that help developers stay up to date with all of the latest trends and tools. So join us on the AWS Twitch channel every Tuesday.
Hello friends, Dwayne Lightfoot here, and I have a question for you. Are you interested in building on the cloud with AWS? Do you want helpful tips from experts and to hear inspiring stories from the global cloud community? Well, I know where you can find all of that and more in just one place. Head on over to the Build on AWS YouTube channel where you can find in-depth technical demos and interviews to help you build and innovate faster on the AWS ecosystem. Now, remember, it's not just a channel, it's your first step into the AWS Builder community. So get your head in the cloud and subscribe to Build on AWS today. I'll see you there. Peace.
Hello, amazing builder friends. Are you curious about open source? Are you worried machine learning is going to take over the world? Take over the world? Take over the world? Highly unlikely.
Whether you're building from the land, the sea, or the air.
If you are curious, make sure to join us for Build On Live Open Source Machine Learning, June 22nd at 8 a.m. Pacific, only on twitch.tv/AWS. Join the most amazing Jackie and myself and a lineup of amazing experts, guests, and people who are going to show you how to apply these things on the cloud with open source and anything in between. Remember, Build On Live is all about you, so we want you to be part of it. Come join the live stream on Twitch, say hello in the chat, throw us some questions, throw us some comments, and maybe even a funny joke. And most importantly, come build with us on live. 22nd of June, 8 a.m. Pacific, twitch.tv/AWS.
Build On Live.
Open source.
Machine Learning Day.
And a bit of thing. Now, I just need to find a way to row back to the thing. I'm afraid this canoe is gonna deflate. Yeah, sometimes. See you there.
See you there.
Hello, everyone. everyone. We're here at the main expo drinking some water with mint leaves because it's a thing here in Israel, right?
It is, it is.
Hi, so tell us who you are and what you're drinking, most importantly.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Or Hilch. I was one of the founders and CTO of CodiumAI. And today I'm VP of Engineering at JLL. And I'm drinking, I think it's mint inside the water. It's like it's a Middle East thing. Yeah.
I feel like here I see the nana in the water. It's good.
It
it's
is.
refreshing.
They put it in everything. It's like,
everything.
It could be sometimes it's too much.
Well, I'm so happy to have you here. Tell us a little bit about your company, your role.
Yeah, of course. So CodiumAI used to be a tech startup working in the commercial real estate industry in the US.
Yeah.
Our main focus was on fusing in lots of data sources to create prediction models for properties.
For commercial real estate.
Yeah, yeah. So for instance, you could imagine that we could tell that, let's say if Linda owns an office building in Atlanta, we would kind of like unravel all of the patterns that would eventually lead you to sell the property, and we could predict when the property is actually going to hit the market.
Amazing. Is it like CMBS related?
Yeah,
or?
yeah, definitely. So
Amazing.
CMBS, commercialized mortgage broker securities.
Yep.
It's one of our data sources. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, those type of properties. You know your stuff in real estate. I didn't expect that.
I hear it all day. So it's a really, there's a lot of complexities in that industry. Like I love how tech plays a role in those kind of industries as well. You have a lot of old school stuff and probably a lot of things to fix, and data definitely helps that case.
Yeah, definitely. I think today, so when we started a company like 5 years ago, it was definitely the case that there was very little data-driven decisions. I think today, like 5 years later, most professional investors, especially in the institutional world, are pretty data-heavy. So they, like JLL, the company I currently work at, has an R&D department of like a few thousands of engineers.
Amazing.
So it's pretty substantial. Yeah.
So tell me, how did you end up also creating this company?
So interesting story. So like 5 years ago, I knew close to nothing about real estate. I had another company before Skyline, which was called StreamRail. This was in the video ad tech space, and it ended up being acquired by Unity Software. And then I started to invest in real estate, and I figured, I kind of find out that it's completely old-fashioned, not data-driven. You would get like, I would invest and I would get like brochures with actual predictions, but they were based on intuition. And this is how my co-founders and I decided to start Skyline.
Well, it's interesting because not a lot of people also know how you identified that problem, right? What is some advice also you have for people looking to start a company and I guess finding those problems that they're trying to solve?
Yeah, so I think the best way to find those issues that eventually you can build a company on top of is to actually run into them yourself, right? So I would say always keep an eye on whatever you're doing at work. Try to be even if you're like a hardcore, let's say DevOps or backend engineer, always try to kind of like understand the business and like how what you're doing actually impacts the business and not just the infrastructure. And I think that by listening to clients, eventually you will figure out the pains and problems.
Yeah. No, I have to talk about the fact that you are a machine learning hero.
I am.
And I would love to know more. How long have you been a hero? And what has that experience been like?
So I've been a hero, I think, since the last 3 or 4 years. And that has been quite awesome. It's given me the opportunity to bring a lot of people on board machine learning. It could be like in the community with meetups. It could be I'm currently a visiting professor at Tel Aviv University, and in one of my classes, I actually have the students build an object detection model in real estate using Amazon recognition.
Very cool.
So I think all of that wouldn't be possible without the hero thing, because that brings a lot of leverage and, of course, also credits for people to try things out.
Yeah. Well,
so
I've been following you for a while, and you're very also involved with the community, and you can feel that it's a passion. I love the work you're doing. Can you tell us a little bit about the work you're doing within the community and how has community impacted vice versa, right?
Yeah, of course. So I think there are a bunch of things. I think probably the biggest thing is the Tel Aviv CTO club that I'm running together with another Amazon hero, with Shimon Toltz, where we bring together, I think it's currently a few hundreds of CTOs from across the country.
Amazing.
In this kind of like community, which is sort of like, we like to call it, it's like an AA for CTOs, where you would ask questions about things you would normally have trouble finding answers to.
So where can people find that? Where can people...
So yeah, you can look up TLV CTO Club on Google, and yeah, it's
awesome.
somewhere
And
over
where
there.
can people find you?
So I'm on Twitter or Hilch, LinkedIn, Twitter mostly, not Facebook. Sorry. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, and it's awesome. Thank you so much for being with us, and back to you at the desk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. I just got the Hebrew right at the end of that. I had no idea what you said, but that sounded awesome. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Or. Always the best series, as I said earlier. I just think like taking that time of your life to then grow communities and teach people and then do things at scale that is teaching the world. I mean, I bow to you guys and then have startups and everything else going on. It's just incredible people. Now, I am back here with Victor. And we also have a special guest, a very special guest, which I have changed again to AWS Startups t-shirt. This is such a fail. I have to literally stand up like AWS stand up. AWS stand-up startup.
Yeah,
Oh, there's something there.
You're also doing stand-ups.
Well, there you go. So please introduce yourself.
Yeah. So my name is Doron.
Yes.
You can call me also Dorsha. This is my nickname.
Dorsha.
Yeah, Dorsha is the nickname. I'm a co-founder at Descope, and I live in Tel Aviv, in Israel. So that's about me.
So that's the first thing that I want to talk about. Co-founder. So you're the technical co-founder of a startup.
Right.
So we may have quite a few people from startups there in the chat. So please send your questions if you have anything that you may like to ask about career or startup journey or specifically the techs and the demos that you're seeing. In your case, the first thing I want to talk about is being a tech co-founder. I've been a tech co-founder before. I won't talk about my experiences. That says it all about my experience. But what is your experience as a tech co-founder? How did you get there, and what is it like?
So first of all, we are at 8 founders at Descope.
8.
8. It's not usual.
Yeah.
But we are 8. We are really getting along with each other. We really love each other. 3 of us are in the engineering part. So being an engineering co-founder, it's amazing. I like to code, so I'm still coding.
Right.
I'm still coding. I'm not doing only management and stuff like this. I'm coding from the first day. I code. Also today I code. Also before the meeting I code.
I had the rumor that if you stay as a co-founder, you forget about any code and just like only to speak in, because you need to sell just like your product, you need to present to the clients, customers, so on. But you just say like you are still coding.
Yeah. I want to be close to the code and to the customer.
Right.
It doesn't mean that I'm not working with customer. All the time I'm with customers as well. In our community, in our channels, in support. But I also want to be close to the code, to my engineers. It's really important for me. And that I think this is something that makes the product better.
I think 100% it does.
So you are coding just not only for yourself, you also through the coding understand what's exactly your customer feeling when use your product.
Exactly. In Descope, we really believe that our engineering should also go to customers. It's really important, not only the founders, also engineering, so they will understand what the pain of the customer and implement it in the product. It's really important.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier today, we do have the work backwards thing that we do at Amazon and AWS in general. So this is something that really apply then on your startup. You find a problem, you find what the customers want, and then work backwards.
Exactly.
Yes, that's really important. And how is it the tech co-founder life then? How is it different from being just a dev then?
It's not that different. Maybe more meetings, more like this. But you know, it's being a developer with responsibility, more responsibility.
We just said developers don't have responsibilities. More responsibility. So it's worth it. You recommend it?
really. I really recommend it.
Everyone should try it. At least to try to be a co-founder or something.
Yeah.
You know, like in my experience, I also was like engineer for a long time, and I saw the problem that sometimes people forget about what exactly they're doing. Just like so involved in the technology, but the technology it's not what exactly the customer and user want. And when you be as a co-founder, you understand exactly the pain point, like what the customer wants. I don't know. I believe today we are going to speak about passwords, authentication, and feeling and understanding what customer really needs. Sometimes it's more important than what kind of technology do you use or no.
Exactly.
Kubernetes, not Kubernetes. I don't know everything else. Yeah. So.
Exactly. So I really believe that you should understand the customer pain, listen to the customer, and you know if you need to change something, change for the customer. You need to understand the problem and solve it.
Absolutely. Speaking of careers, I got something in the chat from somebody saying they want to start their career in cloud. So if you want to start your career in cloud, there are many, many resources you can go to. Just look up AWS labs, workshops. From a certification point of view, may help you guide your path. You may want to look at Cloud Practitioner. So that is a certification that helps you get your journey there. Speaking about journey, let's speak about where you're at in your journey. So Victor already mentioned we are going to be talking about authentication and other things. So why are we talking about that? So I believe you have something to show us.
Yes.
So let's have a quick look at what you have there in your agenda.
This is my agenda for today.
Yes.
I want you to understand why external authentication services is needed for your company. I will also show you a full-blown passwordless authentication layer for your React and Node.js. We will do a live code and see how it works.
Ooh, live code!
Live code, doing mistakes.
You are brave.
So you're really doing your developer stuff, I see.
Yeah, exactly. Live code.
Yeah.
That's how we know you are a developer. Developers love live coding. I mean, I've always been a developer. I'm not sure. I don't even like people look over my shoulder when I'm coding.
You're with me. If I do mistake, you will help me, right?
So I'm down for the live coding thing. But before we start, tell us about the actual startup.
Okay.
Tell us about Descope and what you guys do.
Okay, so when startup starting to work, first thing they need to do, not first thing, but one of the first things they need to do is to protect their data, right?
Right.
They need to have an authentication layer, a login page. Without it, everyone can access the data and take it. So lots of startups, what they are doing is just build their authentication in-house. This might be problematic because you need to understand what authentication method to use. There are many passwords, magic link, OTP, biometrics, SSO. You don't know what to use. And let's say you select one of them, social, for example, but you need to read about it. You need to understand how to implement it into your code. There are protocols you need to follow. It may take time. You need to test it. You need to fix security vulnerabilities you have. So all of this takes time. It may take 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, even 5 weeks. I used to work at previous companies, and I implemented lots of authentication layers.
Right.
And it took time. It takes time. And sometimes I didn't know what I'm doing. Am I doing it right? No. It's a really crucial part of the login, the authentication.
Yes.
Security, it's one of the top priority because like if you allow access, anonymously access, it means like it's huge security hole. So authentication, it's the first part of anyway, it's like the first part.
Time.
Yeah.
This is the gate to your code, to your data. It's really important. So I believe that the company, the application, need to handle crucial tasks for your company, not platform tasks such as login and stuff like this.
Right.
So we want to extend it and give you the solution as a third-party solution that you can just use as a service.
Okay, cool. So it's a service that you offer?
Yes.
Or is it a product?
Yes, it's a service. It's a cloud service.
Okay.
It's a product which you can just use. I will show you how to use it very soon. So yes, cool. And also after it, you need to maintain. You need to write a login page. And let's say that after 2 years, someone told you that there is a new cool thing called passkeys. So you need to, you already know passkeys. Yeah. So you need to implement it, but you're not familiar with the code. not everyone is touching this code, so you need to go back to the code, understand what to do, implement, test, all this to do it again. It takes time. You don't need to enter this.
And also with security, I find like a learning curve is a bit of a scary thing, because if you're just learning something new for security, you don't feel like you're ready to implement in production. You know, you get the nervous feeling that, oh, but I'm just learning. So I think it's great that you have accelerators, pretty much from what I understand, that can just shortcut the journey and give you that confidence.
So from few weeks to, I guess, 30 minutes, I will show you how to do it in 5 minutes.
Well, let's see it.
Let's see it.
Enough
5 minutes.
hyping.
5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
I like how you said. Okay, well,
so
let's
build. That's good.
Okay,
let's see how it works.
That's how it works.
So as a startup, first thing I need to do is to go to the Descope website and go to the console. Once you are in the console, you are getting the Getting Started wizard.
Okay.
Now it asks you what type of customer you have. You can choose business for B2B customers or consumers for B2C customers.
Okay.
So let's choose consumers.
B2C, okay.
Click next. And now I can choose my authentication method. I want to use social login, social, like Google, Microsoft, etc. And I want to use Magic Link as another authentication for people who doesn't want to use social.
So you can combine two different approaches, like SSC, social login and Magic Link. It means like it will provide for you, for some reason, Magic Link to log in, or it together, just like you have to go through the social authentication and then through the Magic.
This is a multi-factor authentication. You can do it as well.
Okay.
So next thing, you can choose your multi-factor authentication. So here I have Magic Link, so it will be automatically be the multi-factor for the social if needed. I will show you how it looks soon. So now we suggest you the login layout. This is a login layout that we suggest you. But I must say that everything can be changed later on. You can go to the console and change everything. Very easy. I will show you how to do it.
So you provide like a basic start, like here we go, we have our social login, just like in general our login page. So how you can start, and after that I can come and make some customization.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
So
I like customization.
Yeah. So I'll be sure how to do it.
Everyone likes customization.
Yeah, because like if you working with a product and like provide for you only exactly what you do, just like this form and nothing else to customize, it's terrible.
Exactly. So we want the beginning to be smooth, and then if you want to customize it, you can easily do it via the console. So I got a shiny login page. You see, this is a green component I got. It's a real one. It's working. So now I need to embed it into my application. I have an application. So I created a small application called Ice Cream. So
today in Tel Aviv it's pretty hot.
Yeah,
we need ice
really
cream. Yeah.
How many ice cream puns can you have? I wonder if chat can help there, because I know there's nice cream, ice cream. There was another one I forgot. I'm terrible at puns anyway.
Please write in the comments.
All the ice cream puns, wordplays I invented. Yes.
So this application shows the data about my favorite ice creams, etc.
Okay.
My favorite toppings of ice cream. But it's not protected. Everyone can go here and just take the data.
And see what is your favorite ice cream. Wow.
I want to keep it secret.
Yeah, it's not secure way. Yeah.
Right. So I created a page for the login, but you see cute ice cream?
That is so cute. Did you draw that?
No, but I used some...
what that means in this day and age, if you ask somebody, did you draw, then say yes and no, that means AI. Did you AI draw? Right, okay.
So, but I don't have the actual component. I want to integrate the component just created at Descope. So what I need to do is to take the code from here. Let me zoom a bit.
I was just going to say if you can zoom.
Yeah.
So this is my application. It is written in React.js and Node.js.
Okay.
This is my app container. All I have to do now is to wrap the container with the authentication provider of Descope. You can see that.
That's all you need to do? You just drop that in?
Yes. Another thing we need to do, I will show you what.
Okay.
Let's import the provider. Import. Oh, I never code in Photoshop.
That's the reason. Live coding, it's really hard because it's so huge pressure. Just like currently I see more than 2,000 people looking, what are you doing?
Yeah, but
Don't nervous is like, yeah, it's
I
challenging.
hate that. Like typing, like I'm a really good typist and I type really fast. But whenever somebody's looking, or like it's a meeting, I start going to say, "Oh my God!" Now everybody thinks I can't type.
I forget where is all the keyboard? Okay.
So I wrapped my container with authentication provider, which provide me all the information about authentication. But I need to go to the login and actually put the component of the login. So for this, we have the Descope component. We just do this scope. Let me close it and import it first. Need to import everything.
So what we're looking here is the UI code. So also for those that may not be too familiar with React and all that. So this is the UI, right? We're plugging that login screen that you just saw into
exactly. This is the React code. This is the UI. This is only the UI. So I need to provide the flow ID. We will talk about flows later. What is flow? The flow ID, I have it here. It's a sign up or in because it's used. My component is also for sign up and also for sign in.
If people first time just
yes,
come to you.
I don't want to confuse them. I want to, if it's first time, we will sign it to you automatically. And on success, I want to navigate to the home page. So let's see what is going on.
Let's see, because that's the live demo.
What do you say?
Somebody on chat just say no pressure. So you hyped up the live demo. Let's see.
Let's refresh, see what happened. Oh,
wow.
I got a login page.
Cool.
So this is my cool login page that I just created in the wizard. So let's try to log in with Google, for example.
Yeah.
And we can't authenticate to your favorite ice cream application.
Yes, I'm logged in. I'm logged in. I can choose my ice creams. But what we missed, you know what we missed?
Those look like lipsticks.
Customization at least we missed because I still want to customize my sign in, sign up login page. Yes,
so we missed customization, but we also missed the implementation was in the client side. But we need to protect this backend, right?
Yes.
We need to actually protect the backend. Yes. So what we need to do is to get the session token, send it to the backend, and the backend will validate the session. Let's see how it works, okay? Let's go to the API. Here I need to have authorization header. I will provide the session token, which is the JOT in this header. The format is bearer. And then let me import really quick.
So this is, for those that are kind of new to authentication, all that, bearer tokens is just a very common way of doing authentication, where you pass your credentials in a secure and safe way.
Exactly. It's assigned, and so here I have a function that we expose get session token that you can just call it, and it will pass the token into the backend. And now, if I will go to the backend code, which I use Express for it, Node.js.
Node.js, okay.
So all I have to do.
I just saw something on the chat. They said, right, protect the bacon. And I think I just got this. I think they mean like backhand. Bacon.
Oh, okay.
I never saw that.
Yeah.
I was watching it and going, what do they mean? Right.
So yeah, we need to protect the server. So this is my project ID, const Descope client. And all I have to do at the server side is to go to the middleware. The middleware is running in each request to my application. Those are the endpoints, the requests. So the middleware will run for each request. And now I can just take the session token from the header and do validate session token. And that's it. We finished.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
that's
finished.
Cool. So
how we can check it?
now we need to check it.
Okay.
Now the testers are coming out.
Yeah.
So it's really important to check.
Of
so
course,
for that,
it's usually
I already logged in. So I want to log out.
Okay.
And then log in. So for being logged out, I need to have a button, right? Type text as part of the menu. Sorry. On click. I have a function for end the logout. End the logout. And we will call the button log out.
Log out.
Okay?
Okay.
So let me import the Descope SDK for the logout, use Descope from React SDK. And now I can just have it here, const Descope client, and do, we have a ready function for logout. Okay, so basically that's it. I need to have it here in dependencies, and I finished. Let's go back to the application.
Okay.
Let's see if I have a logout. I have a logout. So I got logged out.
Okay.
Right. So now let's try to go to the application without logging in and see if I can get the data.
Okay, but I still see that you open your main page. So can we get the data?
Let's see.
No, wow.
It's good. I have a protection for the data. And now if I'm going to log in again, I should be able to see the data.
Okay.
Let's see.
And now if we check it,
we get the data, so it works. Let's see, the live demo works.
Live demo. You mentioned about flow ID, something like that. What is it?
Okay. So in the scope, we have the concept called flows. In flows, you can see the login journey. Let me show how it looks like. You see?
You mean like login, the process of how we log in, what kind of window we see, if I am authenticated, not authenticated,
exactly.
authorized.
So today, if you're a startup or a company, you have all the steps in your code, and you don't understand what is going on. After a few years, you cannot understand what is going on in your code. It's crazy. I've been there. I've been there. So we created a map, a visual login journey, which you can see the actual login. You can see the welcome screen. This is the welcome screen that you already saw before. You can drag
when created through the wizard.
Exactly. You can drag any authentication method you want here. You can change it whatever you would like. Then you can decide what to do in your flow. So let's say after authentication, this user is a new user.
How I can create exactly condition? It's like I see is new user, not new user, but how you create conditions this one.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have a plus button with condition. That you can drag a condition and say
low code, no code. Oh my
yes,
God.
it's a low code. So it's no code and a bit low code. So we have the new user. If this is a new user, we want to verify the email. This is the multi-factor authentication we talk about. So we will use Magic Link to verify the email. So after it, we can ask for user information for a new user to register, to fill a form, to do stuff like this. And then, at the end, that's it. The user will be logged in and get a jot.
And is this like where I could possibly plug into my own stuff? Like if I want to, for example, send some data to Amazon DynamoDB, like could I integrate by using this flow thing? Because I saw you had some...
Yeah, this is a great question.
Okay.
We have third-party connectors. Let's go to the connectors page. We have the HTTP connector, which you can define any connector to any third-party service in the world that working with HTTP.
Oh,
so basically, you can just create a connector, go to the flow, select the connector, select the generic HTTP, and put it here, and update your system. So after a new login, you want to update your system with the new login. You have hooks inside the flow.
Nice.
And we're gonna have we're gonna add more and more connectors for specific integration.
Right.
We are working on this, and we're gonna have Datadog and lots of other connectors.
Oh, so effectively, it's not just DynamoDB. So anything that
also
has an
AWS S3,
which would be everything in AWS has like a REST API that you can hit. Then you can use it here. Then
exactly. So let's say we talk about passkeys, right?
Yeah.
So let's say I want to add the passkeys. So all I have to do is to go to the welcome screen, go to the email, mark the email as passkeys autofill.
Can you please explain me just like in 2 sentences what exactly is passkeys?
Yes. So passkeys are new capabilities of biometrics. If you want to log in with your fingerprint or your Face ID, you can just use it, and the browser will auto-suggest it to you, and you will be logged in.
Right.
Without any password, without anything.
So it means like I don't need to tell my password.
Yes.
I don't need to store somewhere to write it down on some.
Exactly.
See, my bank application does this thing where he goes like, look at the camera and then blink. I don't know, to authenticate, right? And every time it comes up, I look the most awful possible, you know, because I'm like at home or whatever. Like, oh my God, really? So my blink just comes naturally because I go, oh, and it goes, you're authenticated. I said, okay. Did not want to see my face like that, but sure, why not?
So,
yes.
so let's see if it actually works. Another thing I need to do is to drag the passkeys action. We call it WebOfN. It's another name for biometrics.
Okay.
Drag the line here,
nice
drag the line to the new user, save. Let's see if it works. Another, let's log out. And now I got passkeys autocomplete.
Wow.
I can choose my passkeys user. You see that it asked me for biometric.
Yeah, you touch it there.
Touch biometrics and I'm in. I'm
Cool.
in. That's it. See, it took me less than 1 minute to implement passkeys. Usually it takes few weeks to implement such thing. And we're also certified for the 5.2.
Okay, so just like if I want to comply some different securities compliance, so you already have, and I don't need to care about that because you already pass all of them.
Exactly.
Sounds good. Last question, just like what I had, how to make some customization, because you show like, okay, it's a standard login page, you know, like basic social login, Google, for example, as you showed, or something else. How I can do some customization. So you have a CDK, so I believe you also provide some functionality to make this customization.
Exactly. So you can do the customization here in the UI, in the flow.
Okay.
You can go to the flow if you want to customize your
still
login
low
page.
code, no code, okay.
Yes, you can just drag and drop. We have styles. We have a full-blown style page, which you can choose your primary color, secondary, radius, input size, typography, and everything. You can also pass it via the SDK. It's not must to be here in the UI. Everything can be done here, can be done also via the SDK.
And I saw earlier you used JavaScript, React, Node.js. What do you support? What languages do you support?
Okay, so we support almost everything, all the common ones. We support Python, Go, Java is coming, Node, React, Swift, Kotlin, Flutter. We support almost every popular language, but we're always adding more and more languages on demand.
Right.
If there is demand, we're adding it.
You just said Java's coming. Do you have an idea when it's coming for the Java people there?
In the next 2 weeks, something like this should be ready.
2 weeks?
Yes. We have an open source GitHub repository, which you can just go and see our, all of our SDKs.
And you already have my favorite dark theme. It's amazing.
Yeah, dark theme, you know, it's split, the opinion now. They've done some research.
Yeah, we support
people thought it was the best thing ever, but it's not necessarily the best thing. It depends on conditions.
Depends,
and
but if you have a choice, yes, it's much better than if you don't have a choice. I mean, like, so here I can select light or dark. So
got it.
Cool.
Another important thing that I want to talk about is the fraud. Let's say someone logged in, but you need to identify the user. You need to see if this user is risky or not for your application. So we have fraud detection, built-in fraud detection, which you can just use condition, put a condition, and see and ask if this is a bot detection. If this is a bot, let me do it again. If this is a bot, we can send him to another page. We can do multi-factor authentication for this bot. We can do stuff. We can check the risk of this user. If this user is risky, maybe a fraud. So we know how to identify this one. And we can also have condition based on geolocation. We can say that if the user is from embargoed countries, take him to another page, etc., and all this stuff. So basically, you can control your login journey here. We have full-blown customization for the login journey.
Wow, and what can you do there? So you can redirect them to new pages, for example, and then do perhaps a different type of authentication if it's required.
Yes. Or you can ask for multi-factor. You can ask for magic link, OTP, and anything you want to do.
And we have a question in the chat, and it says, why not using AWS Cognito instead of Descope?
Oh,
is it not good enough?
This is a great question. So this is a great question. AWS Cognito is very good. we have integration with AWS Cognito. So let's say you have AWS Cognito and you want to add passwordless or passkeys. So all I have to do is to create a flow like we created, and we support the OIDC protocol. So you need to put our issuer at the AWS Cognito, and you will get the flow in AWS Cognito. So we work together.
Right.
So
okay.
It's not this or this.
Yes.
It's like you in collaboration, just like you have integration. That's great.
Yeah, the way I understand it, it's a layer on top. So it's an accelerator, and then you're giving, of course, extra features because you have your platform, and now you're going on to do like the login and everything else. And so you have all your customization options, but you're working together with the with Cognito for that. Do you use any other AWS services in your platform?
Of course. Our architecture built in the cloud of AWS.
Right.
We are using EKS, KMS, Secret Manager, Aurora for the database. We are using lots of services of AWS. We really like it. Our DevOps team really into it.
Cool. So use EKS, using Kubernetes then?
Yes.
How'd you find it? He loves Kubernetes.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Kubernetes.
The right person.
If you start to speak about Kubernetes, just like we can continue, I don't know, like next week to speak about Kubernetes.
Yeah, we also love it very much.
Does everyone love Kubernetes or just Victor? I know. I do like, I won't say I love Kubernetes only because I feel I still haven't had enough time with it, but I don't know at what point I can say I have had enough time with it to declare that I know most of it to declare my love for it. You know what I mean? It's a weird journey that I have with Kubernetes, but I absolutely think it's fantastic tech. It's just not all the time needed for every single use case.
You need to define your use case and decide.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I wonder if maybe the AWS chat moderator could put a link there. So if you can mention it again, so you have a GitHub.
We have a GitHub,
Descope,
and we also
is it github.com/Descope?
Yes, github.com/Descope. We also have a startup program that we talk about.
Yeah.
Every startup can join us and apply to register to the startup program. They will get major discount.
Oh, that's really cool.
This is cool. Yeah.
Okay, so if you got a startup, then look at the startup plan from Descope, because you can really accelerate your non-differentiated work, your authentication, to then really get to your MVP and really get to your products.
We also help you through your journey because we have lots of experience in the world of startups. So we also help you. It's not only use us and that's it.
You're a startup yourself. You get to talk to the tech co-founder and then ask questions about that too. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Victor, I think we're ready to then talk to GameDay again. And I believe there's somebody there really special who's going to be talking us more about GameDay and everything about it. So back to you, GameDay.
Hello, everyone. I'm here at F1 GameDay with the wonderful
Lee.
Lee, where are you from?
I'm from Tel Aviv, from Israel.
Amazing. And first of all, before anything, we're with F1 GameDay, and I see the sweatshirt, and I can't get over it. Can you wait? Where's the sweatshirt from? Because I need to go get it.
This is Ferrari collaboration with Puma.
Okay. Did you buy it here?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll head there after. This is, So your Instagram name, I've been following you, and your Instagram name is F1 Girl.
Yes.
Yes. So you obviously are passionate about F1. I kind of want to know, what drew you to F1? How did you get into that?
So at the beginning, when I was watching a race, everyone was so excited around me, and I couldn't understand anything. Like cars so fast on a track, like what's going on? There was no data on screen. I couldn't understand anything, and I was so annoyed by the fact that I cannot understand what's going on. So when the race was over, I was like going and digging into it. And when I become to understand the essence of the sport, this is what makes me like to be driven into this more.
And how long ago was that for you?
6 years, 7.
Wow, so you've really been following it for a while.
Yes.
So there's a lot of global, fan base for F1. How is it in Israel?
So we do not have like a very large fan base as the entire world because this is like a growing sport in here. Yeah. We do not have any F1 drivers currently in the main league, but we do have at the support league, which is F2, F3, and F4.
Nice.
So they are gaining more and more popular in here. Hopefully, we'll get there one day to F1. Finger crossed.
Zat Hashem.
Yeah. So it becomes more and more popular. We do have gathering once in a while. We watch games together.
Nice.
My Instagram community is growing every day, so it's nice.
Do you meet in person? Like you do virtual? Like you're watching it all, kind of interacting?
I do watch a race sometimes with my
love
followers.
That's so fun.
But I need to focus during races.
Yes.
So I just watch it by myself, and I watch it all over again with notes on the stories and just keep it on the highlights for fans to get. Yeah. I like to educate my followers.
And I can tell that I love your Instagram. Like, I don't know enough about F1. No, definitely not the way you do.
Yeah.
And like, I'm learning just from looking at your account. And I think you also have a great way of delivering it too.
Yeah.
And you're meeting people where they are, like on Instagram, which is so cool.
And this is important for me because when I was like a newbie to the sport, no one actually gave me like a very specific access to information. And there is a lot of information about the market. I mean, this is like a data-driven sport.
Right.
And
speaking of tech, okay, we're in a tech conference. How does tech play a role in all
technology is very important for our sports because this is a data-driven sport.
Yes.
And technology allows us to analyze and to collect the data real time. So viewers on real time can understand what's going on the race itself. I mean, the gap between the drivers, the lap time, which leads each sector. This is something that is very important for us as fans to understand because makes us to predict what's going on and basically to understand better what's going on, and creates more engagement for us.
Have you seen an improvement in that information as well compared to how you used to watch it, like even just watching
Definitely. This is user-friendly now. I mean, definitely we can see more of an information every single race that delivers to the fans, which 5 years ago, I mean, when I watched like previous races, I cannot find this kind of information. So F1 TV, for example, make it very accessible to people, make it very easy to watch.
Well, you're also making it easier to watch. There's
Thank
like a
you.
good explanation on there. Have you seen like shifts you've been following for a long time, have you seen shifts in engagement?
Definitely, since the Netflix show in 2019, I think, people become more and more engaged because they get to know the drivers behind the scenes.
Personal touch.
Yeah, this is the personal touch, and we can see the league cooperate with that. I mean, every race we do have the fan stage. Yeah. We do have like the driver parades. We have a lot of like greet and meets, and we do have like So the content on social media as well has become more like
involved.
Yeah.
What do you think about the future of where it's going to go? What do you think?
Wow, the future is crazy. I mean, we know about 2026. There is the new regulations. We know that the F1, the league is becoming more sustainable, more electricity, less money spending. We do know that they want to shift the league to like lighter cars, smaller cars, but you know, this is F1, it changes very fast. The sky is like, even the sky is not the limit. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. This is crazy.
I didn't understand it at first. You know, I was like, they're putting all these money on these cars, and like, it's interesting that I got now it's like popular in the States, because it wasn't always popular in the States, right? Like now I saw in Miami we had, you know, recently.
Yeah.
But
So this year was the second race in Miami, but this is the first year that we're going to have 3 races in the States. We have Austin, we have Miami, and we do have Vegas, which is supposed to be like an American show. So it becomes more and more popular, and this is thanks to Netflix, I think. And this is where the F1 management is leading to. They want to gain the American fans more involved.
Yeah.
So this is...
Well, behind us, we have game days, and there's a lot of team collaboration, right?
Yes, we do. This is the 3rd session, by the way.
The 3rd time. We've been here all day. We have the trophy
Yeah.
ceremony coming soon. And we see team collaboration. We have like a lot of teamwork. How does that play a role in F1?
Teamwork is the most important thing in Formula One, in my opinion. A driver can win a race, but the team can bring the championship. I mean, driver cannot win every single race without the team. They need the team for every single thing. I mean, when there is a miscommunication, we see this.
Yeah.
We saw it with Ferrari recently, the communication with Leclerc and with this is the driver for Ferrari.
Me.
Okay.
I'm gonna need to join the watch
No,
party.
so we do see it sometimes. We can tell when the communication is bad in a group, and we can see it with the results of the team.
Yeah.
So this is very important. Also, the data is coming from the team, so without the data,
you wouldn't. Yeah.
It's
fascinating to me. Like, I don't think I've ever seen
This is like the tip of the iceberg. I cannot even, like, I'm thinking of my mind, like, what am I gonna say? Am I gonna dig a little deeper? Am I like?
Yeah, no, I know. It isn't. There's so much to it.
Yeah, there is so much. I'm trying to.
I mean, it's exciting that we have game days here, also using F1 data. I think it's the second year.
This is the second year, and we got second place last year.
Ah, look at the two.
Did you know that?
Fun fact.
Yeah, this is a fun fact. And the team that won last year is right there. You cannot see it, but yeah, they are here.
I'm excited to see who wins the trophy ceremony, and then we'll see who wins also.
So I think in half an hour we know.
Well, no, very soon. Countdown. We're going to be streaming it live right here. I want to ask you why specifically you chose Instagram as the place that you connected with community.
To be honest, I'm familiar with Instagram, and I find it easier to communicate to people at the DMs and,
I relate to that.
So my community talk to each other, they comment to each other. We do have a Facebook group though, which is not very active because I cannot do all at once.
Yes.
So it's like Instagram, it's photos are important. The way stories, real time. This is something that I can basically explain way better, by videoing myself, recording myself. This is like to deliver the information, to make it easier for the newbies in the sport.
And you kind of get that feedback much more quickly.
Yes,
I do feel that I hear you because from a tech content, any educational type content, I do find that the stories help you also hit the same community and really build that community because you're re-speaking to the same community.
That's right.
What's advice you would give? Sorry. What's advice you would give? The hair is in the face. What advice would you give to anybody wanting to also build community for their passions and do some content creation?
Just do it. To be honest, I started, no one was in the account. I was talking to myself. I was letting my private Instagram follower know that all the F1 content is going to be different, in a different account. So if you want to get more about F1, just follow me. And I don't know, it just gained popularity.
Yeah.
So
well, I haven't seen anybody do it the way you do it.
I think I'm the only Hebrew account.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And do you feel like you've seen a big increase of amount of people also engaged in the topic, even just on Instagram specifically?
Definitely yes. Yeah. Definitely yes. I'm not promoting my Instagram account. Yeah. I used to do at the beginning when I had zero. I'm not promoting, and it's growing every single day. This is people want to get to know the sport better, and there is no better way because the internet, as I said, is full with information. I mean, you cannot just...
What are you most excited about to share next or connect further in the community?
I think the regulation is very important to explain since it changes very, very fast and all the time. I mean, new rules are coming up every single race. New rules are cancelled every single race.
Oh my gosh.
So we do have a lot of things to talk about when it comes to regulation, and this is the rules of the sport. I mean, first thing first are the rules.
Yeah.
Later on, we talk about tech, we talk about the engine, we talk about... And also the breaking news is important as well.
So how do you keep track of everything that's going on? What's your favorite way to stay on top, of F1?
To be honest, I'm in a group of journalists.
Amazing.
So we do get an information very fast.
And you've dissected the you kind of break it down for people.
Yeah, I do. I don't just it's very important for me to explain every single word, and even if these breaking news are related to previous news, I will explain the previous news, and I will refer them to the relevant post, because if you read F1 news, it's like a mess.
Yeah. I'm trying to get it as a newbie. I'm definitely going to be following you and trying to figure out what I'm watching. I mean, I just hear a lot. No, it's very exciting. And I'm going to the Noname. I'm going to get it, of course, of course. This is like slay, And in general, what are you most excited about also as far as the community aspect? I guess. Do you feel like you've had?
I think I almost cried today when people reached me and say, "We came to see you." This was the craziest for me. I was holding myself, "Oh my God, don't cry." So this is something very exciting for me to be in touch with the followers and to answer the questions. All the time they ask questions, and it's important for me to give them the information they need.
It's a two-way street.
Yes,
absolutely.
it is.
And you're doing a great job. Where can people find you?
F1 girl. The domain wasn't taken. This is like a Guinness record. It wasn't taken.
I'm getting a lot of fun facts here. Well, back to you, Mateos, at the desk.
Hello. Hello, hello, and thank you, Linda, and thank you, F1 Girl. Now, I have to say, I couldn't believe when you were saying that in Israel it's still not very popular, and then when you said, Linda, in America wasn't always popular. It's weird for me because I'm from Brazil, and in Brazil there's only like 2 huge sports. Well, no, there are only, but the 2 biggest sports definitely is football, only followed by F1. Like F1 is huge in Brazil. And I had the privilege of getting involved a lot with F1 GameDay last year. So yeah, it's only getting bigger, 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 bigger as a sport and as a thing and as GameDay. And somebody was over there just a bit earlier at the GameDay spot. So tell me, Mr. G, or Senor G, as I like to call you, how was it down there earlier today?
Well, it was amazing. 3 rounds of qualifiers, a lot of teams. I was really impressed that the rooms were fully booked.
Yeah.
And really challenging.
Was it a lot of people like really trying to win?
Yeah, there was in the second qualifier, there were like 2 teams really, really close, 1.8 million points. The other one was 1.79 million. It was like really close on the challenge.
That's a lot of points.
It's the first time I see this happening. It was like, wow, these people know what they're doing.
I know, it's fantastic. I mean, if you have an experience, it's really cool. You get all these challenges and you're literally solving by doing things. So, educational gaming, it's fantastic. But guess what? We are back here to talk about generative AI. I promised you, and here I am with Senor G, because we are going to be talking generative AI. Not just talking, but Mr. G here is going to actually show us something really cool, a demo, and going to take us through it. Is that correct? So first of all, tell me, why generative AI?
Well, it's the new hype. I think it's really the second, third revolution in our industry. I think it's going to change everything, what we've known, new jobs coming, unlimited opportunities. I think that's the great thing of this. For example, you know how much time did it take to get the first 1 million users in Twitter?
Nope.
It took like 2 years.
I was going to guess 3 years, yeah.
Yeah, Facebook was like 10 months. But when you get to AI generative, text-to-text like ChatGPT, it took just 5 days. 5 days, first million users.
Versus 2 years, wow. Yeah.
This gives you the feeling and the temperature of how the industry is looking forward.
Yeah, and the appetite.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But it opens a new window, huh? The only thing I see here, and apologize for this, is like how we're going to use the technology. I think we need to do it in a good way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of resources behind to train the models, to make it. We are seeing more projects getting it more and more efficient, which is amazing. And we're going to show today something that we didn't have it in our scope because it just came live 2 weeks ago. And we say, why not take the risk and show it? It's going to be a live demo. And I know Darko will love to see something live.
You live demo, I tell you, you kill me, honestly. You make me feel so like cowardly because I rarely ever do live demos for those that follow me around. I mean, I could do, but I just not something I choose to do.
What you mentioned last week when we met in London, you were like, there are 2 types, control demos and chaotic, no?
Yes.
This one is a chaotic.
So that's the one with the good entertainment value, not the one that's like, okay, everything worked. So that wasn't, I wanted things to fail because everybody's always really against you, not for you, isn't it, with live demos? But tell me something, when did you get involved with generative AI? Was it recently?
No. My previous life, I've been at AWS for a few months already. Yeah. But before joining, I was doing things around Formula 1 for another team that won a couple of world championships recently.
Wow.
So,
really?
yeah,
I didn't know that.
We got more on, they mentioned something that was quite interesting, that US is not a Formula 1 industry. It's more on NASCAR and IndyCar.
Right, okay.
And it's also quite interesting how you get in the Indy, when you get into the loops, all the G-forces goes always on the same side, that is on the left, because it's always on the circle.
Okay.
Formula 1 is quite interesting because of how the curve left, right, their specific circuits, all the aerodynamics that applies to the car, all the sensors. People think that they have like thousands of sensors, and they just got like 150 maximum because of the. Each sensor has a weight. Even it's a very small one, you start adding grams to the car, and that's the last thing the teams want. But information is key, getting all that data, and you need to train and do a lot of machine learning. And now with AI, now you can get more and more on the forecasting predictions, which I think is really, really cool. Huh?
That is so interesting. I didn't know about that at all. I mean, I know about the cards and stuff because I was involved with F1 GameDay, but I didn't know that you went that deep. Wow. You know your stuff about F1.
No, I became a fan, and I always say there's people that loves and are very fan of drivers.
Yeah.
In my case, I love people like Adrian Newey, that is the car designer of, for example, Red Bull and these guys, because those are the genius. Those are who sees the car, the aerodynamics, how to create, based on the rules, new models that are like, gosh, we are saving. The unit of measure in Formula 1 is milliseconds.
Right.
And the amazing thing is that you never have a second chance.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a one thing that if you do it right, or you lose the race. Huh?
And by the way, as you were talking that earlier, I just have a lot of word plays and bad puns in my head. When you said G-force, I was like, you're missing out on a trick here. That should be a social handle, probably taken. But anyway, I digress. So, generative AI. So tell us, what do you have for us?
Well, at AWS, we have already a bunch of services.
Yes.
We recently launched Bedrock, which is coming along the year, and people will start seeing things. We have Code Whisperer for developers, so it helps you coding, which is something fantastic also. We have very specific hardware, like AWS Trainium and Inferentia, which will help to speed and improve the consumption and the quality of your workloads. Hugging Faces on AWS, so you can do some cool things. And also SakesMaker, which is the one that people know. That we have SakesMaker Studio, you can start for free. We have several labs that you can go and workshops you can run there. But what if someone comes and say, oh, I have no clue about any of these services. Oh, there goes my trade.
I know, it's like, I thought literally there's a trade coming by. I said, oh, okay.
Yeah, and the thing is like, what if I'm an engineer that I just know about compute and I just know about GPUs because that's what I have under my table at home, how I can do this in the cloud. So we're going to show today just how starting with an EC2 instance, with a GPU there, how we can do and build a demo that I think that might be interesting, because so far you've seen text-to-text, text-to-image, and everything has been single modal. But now there's a new research that our friends from Meta, and then there's a combination that's the one we are going to show from CAI Labs. It's a team from Singapore that they mix and merge between stable diffusion and image bind. Both of them. You will say, gee, what the heck is image bind?
Now that sounds fantastic. So I think we should just get straight to it, because I love what you're saying. Like, I feel like AI ML usually is not palpable to people that haven't got started yet. You know, web developers or game developers or whatever, mobile dev developers. And AI feels like, ooh, you know, it's
scary.
There. Yeah. And I like the way you seem to be setting this up, because I think most people would be comfortable with EC2 instance. I'm going to get an EC2 instance. And that's your starting point, and that's where you're taking from. So I love that. So how about we just go straight into it, and then we can talk as we go through it. If you have any questions on the chat, if you have any questions about the demo or about generative AI in general, then please do drop them in, and let's talk about it. Also about F1, because I didn't know I had an expert in the house about Formula 1, since we are talking a lot about it because of GameDay. Okay, let's go, Senor G. Let's see.
I'm just showing the web page where we have all our instance. I'm taking on the accelerated one. We're going to look on the G5. You have both architectures, x86 or ARM. You will see here today x86. I will launch a Spanish blog using ARM, so you can see the difference and how easy it is to set up. So we're going to pick, because mainly our model requires 20 gigs for the GPU. That's where we're going to train and make all the load of the model that we're going to go. So what I did is I just deploy G5 2X large, which has, you see, 24 gigs, 1 GPU, 8 virtual CPU, 32 gigs of memory, and 450 storage.
My question is, how do you know that that will take 20 gigabytes? Like, where did you see that?
Because I already have a server under my house where I was training and playing around. It's like, ooh, well, these are A10 GPUs. You have different models that we have in our cloud, so you can choose and practice.
Okay.
Larger, higher the cost, so we're trying to keep it smooth for the people that they can go and run. Right? So I just went and I already deployed my instance. Here it is running. You will see X5 too large, my public IP, so people can try and jump while I'm doing the demo, which is even more funny. So, yeah.
There's check out those ASCII graphics.
Yeah, it comes by default because one of the things you need to know is that we provide different AMIs. So if you go with the default one from AWS, you need to manually build the CUDA drivers and everything.
Right.
And to be honest, it's a pain in the neck. There are 4 ways to go to the public page, download, you need credential. It's not easy, but we have an AMI that is based on PyTorch. 1.13 is the version, so you just can go and deploy it on top of your EC2 instance, and it comes already with all the CUDA drivers set up there. So I have here something called bind diffusion. You will see there are mainly 2 folders that we're going to work. On one side is the assets. That's where I'm going to drop some images.
Okay.
And something that we didn't talk about, because people might be, oh, this is like text to text, text to image. No. The cool thing of ImageBind is that it brings what we call multimodal.
Okay.
And this is the first time I see one of these frameworks that is really similar on how human perceives the world.
Right.
So you embed from different sources. It's not just an image. I can have the prompt. I can have an audio file, for example. You can have sensors like accelerometers and stuff like that you can embed in the whole thing. So pulling from different sources, we can train the model and come with output here. So we have this wonderful deployment, as I said, and if you want, we can go and look on the Python files to see some of the things. But let me show you, and I have already here the prompts that we're going to start playing with. You will say, okay, first thing I'll do, and I'll show you here on my side.
Yeah. Can you zoom in a little bit on the Finder?
Well, you see this.
Well, next time I come around.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, this is a commercial Ferrari. It's one of the latest one, the Sport. In the catalog, it's in the wish list. I think we never will be able. Not even having 3
your
kids.
Christmas wish list for this year?
No, I would like more like a Ferrari van with 3 kids. I need space for that now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this picture of this Ferrari that it's already uploaded in our compute instance, and I will ask to turn it into a Formula 1 Ferrari based on that.
Okay.
Okay. So let me just come here, drop, and I will go now over the whole thing. Here you see that I'm going to execute our main bind Python with the CUDA drivers. We are taking the inference, how we're going to train it. We have a checkpoint that gives us, for developers, usually is to preserve the previous state of a machine learning model. So while it's trained to its final state, so we ensure that we have the same thing. And then we have some noise level. Here, noise level, as close as you put it to 0, more randomly it's going to create things. So one of the things we want to try, I like always, and people can just try it at home playing around. When we do it with audio files, you will see that there's another command that it's alpha.
Right.
So we'll see how it goes. Here we're going to initialize Ferrari 812 Competizione is what we have there. And I'm going to say just turn this into a Formula 1 Ferrari car. And by default, usually you get 6 samples. I'm just going to do 3. It's going to take 2-3 minutes to get the whole thing running. So now we can chat and discuss about things there. So I'm going to, wow, what happened here? Oh, sorry. No. This happens from the
live demo curse.
Live demo, yeah. We love it. We love it. Yeah, just get back. And let's see, I forgot to activate our PyTorch thing. So that's the problem we're having here. And I'm going really slow on this side. Someone just recommended this tool, which we installed earlier this morning. And in the meantime, you're seeing all these bunch of kids coming around.
I know. What is happening
100
here?
of kids.
I don't know what's happening. I keep seeing things happening behind me, and it feels like, I don't know, like I keep getting transported to different places, but I'm still in the same one. So now it's a kids tour. Before was it, I don't know, a bunch of people running around shouting.
Yeah. So
excitedly.
We got their source activate PyTorch. Apologize, it's been a long day, and sometimes you forget a few things. Let's get here the whole sample, as we mentioned. So we start setting parameters there. Don't pay too much attention on the warnings. It's still a repo that it's under development. We will share the links in the blog post so you can do it there. One of the things I want to show in the meantime, let me go here, better. Let's put a watch on the NVIDIA SMI. And you will say, gee, what the heck is this? Here is where we're going to see the consumption of the process that is going to be running. And there's where you're going to see that it's going to take like 20 gigs just there. If I go, and this is another trick I just learned from our friend Victor. Thanks very much for this one. You will see here, right? This is the GPU we have already set up. Right now, there's nothing running. If we go back, it's still loading the model. So if you go here, you can see that, okay, we're just launching. It's like 5-6 gigs what we have there in the checkpoint.
Okay, a bit of a tangent, but how did you get that magnifying glass?
Yeah, Victor told me, it's like, gee, nobody sees your mouse going over. Look, now we're in the grid setting up to make it very memory efficient. So it's going to create like 512 channels. If you go here, you see that we're using 870 million parameters in our model. Dude.
Yeah.
3 years ago, it was a couple of millions. Now we're talking about billions even in the next size, and this model just have these ones. So it's building the whole memory thing. If I go here, nothing is happening yet. It takes, as I said, like 3 minutes to get things.
But you know, like that's the thing with AIML. That's why it feels so like, you know, like, oh my God, you know, it seems like it's over there because that's the thing. Like, even if we wanted to try to take control as humans, we can't process that much information. Like you said, it just went from millions a couple years ago to now it's billions, you know. Soon it will be trillions and so on and so forth. So I think that's the thing about AIML and generative AI in general is that it's just helping us cope with the load, right? With the scale of information and data to the point where we got. Because the way I see it, the short story is globalization came, it connected internet, connected everyone, made all this data available, and we cannot process that as humans. That's what AIML is. You know, everything else is on top of that. So I think that proves the point because that is a lot of.
Oh yeah. So we start seeing here the samplings going on, 20%. It's going. So if I go here back, now we see the Python process.
Yeah.
And now you're seeing how much memory it's using, huh?
Okay. Now seriously, how are you doing the magnifying glass? Because somebody on the chat is asking. And they said they were not going to go to sleep until they know.
Well, this is the Cursor Pro utility. It's a paid thing.
It's a paid one. Okay.
Yeah, but you pay once and you have it, I think, forever.
Okay.
Or at least that's what Victor sold me.
Well, there you go. So look up online, magnifying glass VS Code.
We are already in 90 gigs there, 20. So you see it's growing. So as we push internally the grid and we're building this whole model, you're getting there. Well, don't tell me. We just leave it on 24, huh? Or still with the samplers.
Oh.
So now it's processing. Usually we can talk about
nearly there.
Markov chains or Gaussian noise and stuff like that, which is very, very on the techie side. But I think
enjoy. There you go.
Yeah, enjoy. Even though
enjoy your invalid pointer.
No, don't pay too much attention here. Huh? So there's a thing that I cannot zoom in here, but I'm going to connect to the EC2 instance inside the bind function. As I said, we have the assets where I drop the image and some audio files, and here is the workspace. And it will have created this grid 0 picture. Let me just click. It's going to download and show it up. And look, it's a Ferrari. Usually in the center, you will have the one that is quite similar to the image that we picked. That was a gray car. Even though, let me put on this side so you can see it. And now you can see how we turn it out there. It's taking the colors off our...
That's pretty cool.
Ferrari is one of our partners. But do you notice something here? There's no background.
Yeah.
Let me just remove these pictures because if you look at this, well, it tries to draw a circuit, at least the curve.
Yeah, that one has a background.
Yeah, but it's...
And the other one, I guess if you consider that background.
Based on based on random things, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Actually, it's kind of weird because the bottom, oh my God, how do I describe this? So the very low row, the very last image, left to right to the bottom, it's like a stadium.
Oh, yeah.
So he kind of picked up on the fact that it's a sport thing, stadium, I
Because
guess.
I asked him just to take a Ferrari out of the picture and generate image based on that. But what if now we add an audio file?
Okay.
And what if we put an audio file of little birds singing? What can we go? Let me see if now we can listen to those files. This one, that's called, you see it here, nature?
Yeah.
Okay, hope people can listen to this at home.
Not sure they can, but I can. Can people hear this? Hello from Munich. Hello. I'm not sure how to say hi. I should know how to say hi in German. I forgot all languages are merged.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag, of course. Guten Tag. Guten Morgen. So I don't know if you guys can hear it there on the chat. I guess so, yes.
Oh, very relaxing birds here.
They can, yes.
Okay. So, oh, still, let me stop it. Otherwise, I'm going to drive crazy here. So now we have, let's get back to our compute instance. Here it happened. Now I'm going to use the multi-bind. This is the one that we're going to use. And as I show you here, we are going to use the same Ferrari picture that we just took. But now we're going to introduce the nature.wav audio file. I'm going to keep the same prompt. Just build me a Formula 1 Ferrari car with 3 samples. Let's see what happens. Let's take another 3 minutes that we can talk about our lives.
I can tell you one thing that we should really talk about. People can't let go of the magnifying glass.
Oh gosh, this
is gonna be like the biggest hit. Like you found out about magnifying glass if you ask code here first at AWS Tel Aviv live stream. So yeah, no, people are going mad for the magnifying glass. I have to say, me too. I want the magnifying glass now.
So people is more into. Well, we can do a course around using Cursor Pro. How you can do it for your demos. Let me just remove this from the file. Again, it's loading the model, so if we get back to our GPU instance, there's no process, there's nothing running. It's there by default. We could go here and watch. Is it connected yet? Yeah, it's connected.
There you go.
Let's find the top, what we are using right now. As you can see, Python is already there. So it's one of the top ones for the last 3. So let's get back. The difference here is we're just adding an audio file as a second source entry.
Okay.
And we should have something similar to what we did in the first step. But now I hope and expect that with ImageBind we will be able to merge those things into a single model that it will show us a very nice background based on the sound of the audio file.
Is that what ImagePy does?
Well, it takes 6 different inputs. So it's really on perception. It gets another one that I really like, that is depth.
Right.
So you can see really if someone is sleeping in the bed.
Okay.
It takes the dimension of how it is. Yeah, I think it's this is a game changer. It came just 2 weeks ago. It was released. It's open source.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. ImagePy. That sounds huge.
This is done by the Meta research team.
Yeah.
They just released it. We'll see. You got today the guys from AI21, which is part of our foundational models. There are really cool things that they're doing also. I want to try a few things on their side.
Yeah.
But these ones we found that could be funny to show to our audience today.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So we're gonna. I don't know what I'm expecting. I don't know what you guys are expecting over there at home, but I'm kind of expecting a car with birds in the background. I would say is the plane one. I could take this to town in terms of imagining what could come out.
Yeah, I don't know because
yeah, you do because it's the demo.
Yeah.
Don't pretend you don't.
Yeah, there's something. Let's show here back on the prompt because now we introduce also the alpha. So now first we had the noise level, which I put it 0.5. And alpha, a way to make it also repeatable, there is a command that you made that is a seed. So when you go on Python and you set the global seed, here we have it in 42.
Okay.
Do you know why 42?
You know.
Why is it 42?
Because that's the answer to life. Do you know that?
Totally. And I think that's the reason, huh?
It's a British thing, isn't it? Hitchhiker.
Yeah, it's a science fiction book. I don't know how you say in English. It's the guy that is doing auto-stop in the galaxy.
Yeah, it's Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy, something like that. Yes.
Something Adams.
Where they say the answer to existence of life is 42. Is that why?
Well, I want to think that yes.
Okay, right. So it's
I don't have the answer, but I would say, guys, if you ask me, it's the answer to life, 42. No, but the thing here is that it ensures that results can be, that we can reproduce it again.
Yeah.
So if you put different numbers, it will be randomly generated. So it's a bit, let's say I want to create something out from your face, but I want to change things on if I don't keep a same set of seed, it will just come with different things. An alien,
right.
2 heads.
So it's like having a control group when you do study groups. Okay.
Totally.
Yeah.
So, well, we had here also again the parameters and the things. So we go back to our SPV. Let me go up to actualize and back to workspaces. Oh, now we have another picture here called Grid 001. We just load it up there, and now you see those wonderful trees on the background.
No birds, but
it gives you a little lake also on the bottom side.
Interesting.
It takes.
I love how it's not literal. It just took the view of birds.
And it makes it
like nature.
Interpreting, you say in English?
Yeah. That is very interesting, because that's not what I expected. I expect something a bit more literal, like birds, and that would have been impressed already, because, oh, you took that from an audio file.
Yeah.
But that is pretty cool.
But if you go on the top right side of the match, you see that Ferrari with a bunch of trees in the back. That's the most realistic one that we got here on the generative AI.
It does look pretty realistic, actually.
Nice, right? I don't know what it paint a green Ferrari.
Yeah.
Well,
that's interesting too, because obviously it's kind of thinking nature, green. I don't know. That's.
You got it.
Oh, it's interesting because you see that there's thinking behind it. You know, it kind of puts the intelligence in artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
It's not just literal interpretation of a very deterministic parameter. It's not like birds, cars. So have a bird car or a car with a bird.
That would be great. Have a flying Formula 1 car. That would be.
Hey, fast forward to Back to the Future 4, whenever it comes out. That's what they're going to be doing. As we still haven't got to flying cars yet. So when, who knows when that's going to come up.
So we should look on. Let's do a final one. You think we are still on time?
Yeah, we have a few minutes. So yes.
So let me show that. Someone said, and this was a recommendation from someone, that, hey, gee, why don't you do something with your face? It's like, what are you calling, man? So I'm going to upload this picture. It's a few years ago. You can see, almost bald. I think I have more hair now that I'm in AWS.
You do, actually, yes, you do.
I'm like crabs going backwards. I'm getting younger here. Huh? So my bird there, and that's the picture I'm going to pull. And I'll keep the audio file of the birds there.
Okay.
I like the birds. Well, we could put something around ocean and try it there. But here, if we come here.
I don't know why you prompted the ball thing. So are you going to have water on your hand? I don't know what to think now.
I'm going to use the same schedule that we have, same noise level, alpha. I'm pulling the image and the audio file, which is nature.
Yeah.
Well, let's do something. We say live demos, right?
Yeah.
So let's change nature, that were the birds, and let's put a rainy file. Where we can listen to rain falling down. And I'm going to say, hey, turn myself into a Formula 1 driver with a baseball cap. I usually wear baseball cap, but for this show, lights were not great.
That's where we go with this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rising a trophy, like being the winner of the race. And that's what we're going to drop here.
Yeah.
Here's PyTorch. I hope I did it right. You see there, we get, G picture, rain waft. This is totally randomly. Let's see what's going to bring us.
Yes.
So we have another 3 minutes to talk about the answer to life is 42.
Or the answer to life is generative AI. I have to say, have you been using generative AI much to do stuff. Like people are starting to change the way they do things. Like even my sister, she has nothing to do with technology. She, is a prosecutor for the government, works with law and all that, and she's using generative AI to help her with tests. But it's also like as a basis for her tests, not like a replacement.
Yeah, but there's going to be a point that generative AI is going to create and learn from other generative AIs, right?
Ooh.
What's going to happen then? It's like, because now it's based on our
What's going to happen? I'm going to write a sci-fi movie now. You give me that idea is what's going to happen. Yes.
It's quite annoying because so far it's taking information that we already put there. And based on that is how we are training the models.
Right.
But there's going to be a point that everything's going to be generated by AI. There's going to be human interaction there unless we put some guardrails and
You're
we
on
ensure.
that side of the camp. Yeah, I see.
I'm on the side that I think that it needs a lot of ethics to really make this something that can be a benefit for society,
right,
and not something for just few people.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's see the results.
Well, the results is going to take still 2 minutes. It's again building the grid, 512 channels.
What will be the result? What will be the result if we could fast forward in time?
Well, it should be something like my face, but it's not me. It's an even more handsome guy with a baseball cap, a trophy, and a lot of nature behind the scenes.
Hey, somebody say you're handsome on the chat. Yes.
Well, thanks very much.
Yeah,
that must be a friend, huh?
Well, thank you so much for this. This is a really cool. I mean, I loved everything about it. Most of it, for me, it just reaffirmed the idea that generative AI can be attainable, can be, I won't call it easy because you're always going to have a learning curve, but it's definitely something you can play with right away using open source Python. That's why I love Python. I'm suspicious because I love Python. Just to know you got so much power and it keeps on coming. So image Python, something to look at, image PY. And of course, you used Inferentia here, right, to train this. So Inferentia, a good one to train. And just generally looking into generative AI patterns. So I learned a lot. I don't know about you guys over there. Thank you very much, Senor G. And I will see you later for sure.
Oh, yes.
But for now, guess what? We are going to actually go back and we're going to, I believe, discover a little bit more about AWS community. So over to you, Linda.
We are back and dancing to the music as we're ready for the after party. And I'm with
Sharone Zitzman.
Sharone, I'm so happy to see you here. You're
to be here.
Such an amazing community influencer, I would say.
Wow.
And tell us a bit about yourself and what you do.
Coming from the TikTok extraordinaire influencer, I'm privileged and honored to be here. So I run my own company today called RTFM, please, and you should always read the manual.
I like the name.
I do developer relations as a service, but I got to this by formerly being the head of user communities at Sneak, before that head of developer relations at AppsFlyer, and I got to those roles after I was VP marketing at Cloudify, where we built the developer open source community there. And after I left Cloudify, I realized that was the thing I loved to do most, and I decided to go down the path of DevRel, and I enjoy it.
You're such an inspiration.
Thank you. So are you.
So did you always know you would be in tech?
It's funny because when I was little, like 15, 16, 17, I had friends that would call me Mission Impossible.
I could totally see it.
I would totally do things like, I don't know, then it was considered like a big deal, like IP configs and stuff, and they're like, how do you know how to do that? And I'd be like, but I always loved tech. I flashed my first Windows phone with Android Alpha. But yeah, so I've been a tech dork for a long time.
What was your first programming language?
So I'm not an engineer, but I'm everything
I feel like
around.
you dabbled with.
Yeah, but do we consider HTML and JavaScript?
Oh,
the flame
you know what? We call
wars,
it
the flame
builders.
wars.
We're builders. And we build and we use whatever tools to build.
But I'm more of a scripter. Like, I do YAML. Love the YAML. Gotta love the YAML, right?
I would call it coding. I would include that in coding. Well, also, you just have so much impact in community. You started DevOps Days in Tel Aviv. So please tell me, how do you get involved in the community? Like, was it intentional? What? Tell me.
So when you start to build community, right, it's always because you're kind of trying to bring together like-minded people. You don't want to reinvent the wheel. You want to learn from others. Yeah. And when kind of DevOps started happening, the first DevOps Days was in 2010 in Ghent, I believe.
Amazing.
And we held our first DevOps Day, like DevOps event in Tel Aviv already in January of 2013. It wasn't a DevOps Days yet.
Wow.
And we did this DevOps Con event, and then the DevOps Days team heard about it, and they're like, hey, well, why don't you join DevOps Days? And so in September 2013, after I had my first child, I was 9 months pregnant at the first one, and then I had my first child. And I was already back in the swing of things, and that's when we started. And we started with 200 people, and today, the last event in 2022 was 1,500 unique people attending.
I remember seeing the musical going on at DevOps. I'm like, I want to be there. So Julie,
you are going to be joining the next DevOps musical.
and it's 10 years, and the AWS Summit is also a 10-year anniversary. I love this.
Mazel tov.
Mazel tov. We got to, I don't know where the cheers are. We got to find it soon. And in general, why DevOps specifically?
So at the time, we were building the first, what we felt was like one of the first DevOps tools before it even had a name. We knew that we were building a tool that was targeted at both developers and operations, trying to bridge those gaps. And we wanted to have that community that we could tap into as well, and we could learn from and bring people that were building really high-scale infrastructure into the same room. And that's how it started with DevOps, but I also lead the cloud native and open source community in Israel.
There's other communities she's leading. I'm like, she runs this, she runs that, like,
so eventually we came into like this whole subset of DevOps communities. There's also StatsCraft, which is the monitoring community. And all of that comes together, culminates in our annual conference at DevOps Days Tel Aviv with a cloud native and a StatsCraft track.
Yeah.
So it's a real like kind of DevOps celebration with all things that come under the guise of DevOps, from system engineering to cloud to monitoring and observability.
Which is very interesting. Do you feel like it was like also the evolving of like DevOps in general as a culture?
Absolutely, as a culture and both as a practice, right? We've been learning, we've been evolving, systems have been growing, scale has been growing, things have been breaking more, and the complexity. So obviously there are different subsets and different domains of expertise that people find that they need, to tap into other professionals in. And that's when community happens, when people really just want to congregate around a certain purpose and cause.
So now, you said DevOps, so how do people find out about DevOps Tel Aviv, number one?
Okay, so we have our website, which is the tlvcommunity.dev, which aggregates all of our communities, and our Twitter at tlvcommunity. But we have a bunch of other Twitter handles, Cloud Native IL, DevOps Days TLV.
And the other, and Serverless Nights is part of...
Is also part of the TLV community.
Amazing,
yes.
amazing.
So because of the community stuff I do, I somehow get kind of pulled into other communities. So we do DevRel IL, we do Serverless Nights, and we really do try to bring that, that community spirit together and aggregate it under the same roofs that people know where to find it all.
I often find that people who are champions of community were impacted throughout their journey and career for community. So what was it that drives you, I guess?
You're smart. Yeah, so it's funny because I started my career in the nonprofit sector. I loved it. I worked at the Jewish agency. I worked for Masa, and then I worked for private philanthropy. And then when I decided to move to tech because I wanted to have a normal salary, I was kind of lacking something that would drive my soul. Yeah. And community filled that for me, bringing people together, bringing communities together, being able to create these places, foster these places where people could learn from each other and grow and connect and build.
Because you're a people person,
Yes,
I wouldn't say you're, and I feel like for me, I was doing a technical role, and I think that the developer relations role, it's so interesting because you get to kind of be with the community and it motivates your purpose, and you get still to be very much in the weeds and technical where you want, because it's the passion. You don't want to, let it go.
We love the nerd to nerd.
No, exactly. And it's just amazing. Like, I see, even though you're in Tel Aviv and I'm in New York, I see your impact from here, and the world is so much smaller, and like, it's just incredible as far as like the community.
I really appreciate that.
No, it's true. And in general, like developer relations now, do you feel like even that also evolved through like people didn't understand the I guess
absolutely. So first of all, developer relations as a discipline also has kind of its own subsets of expertise. You have the people that are more developer community experts. You have the people that are developer experience experts. You have developer advocates that are domain experts in certain technologies and help people succeed. It's that's also evolved over time, and domain expertise has been built, and you can learn from others, and that's why we also have the DevRel IL community that Boaz
is
also on.
I mean, really, like you guys just run all. It's amazing.
And once you realize that there are other really smart people that have done similar things that you can learn from, It's just this amazing power that you can harness and
yeah. No, I definitely it's the motivator. I'm with you on that. As far as like summits, so how many summits have you been to? AWS summits.
Oh wow, a bunch. Like, well, COVID kind of like deleted my entire memory from the database. I don't know what happened before COVID, but I'm definitely sure I've been to AWS summits before COVID.
We lost count of the years. Kind of like
it's I mean, I love the events. Okay, so I love coming to events. It's like one of those things. I'm a people person. I thrive. I thrive at events. You know, I'm in my element. So I don't miss them. I've come over the years, but it's also amazing to see how the summit has grown over the years. I remember being significantly smaller. Now it's huge.
Yeah, we're almost 10,000 people, right?
Biggest event in Tel Aviv.
And I love the unicorn. This is the sign of the game days that's going on, which is a great way. We're going to have the trophy ceremony coming up very soon.
Linda's going to sing about a unicorn, isn't she?
Oh, no, we got the power of the unicorn.
We got the power of a unicorn.
Back to you, Mateos.
I don't know. But the thing is, I actually changed into the unicorn T-shirt again just before, but I do not know that song. What was that song, Linda? You got to teach me.
Unicorn.
You know, the power of the unicorn. I feel like this could be something we could do for TikTok or something. I don't know. I didn't know GameDay had a theme song. If it didn't, it does now. There is a Linda the Songbird challenge going on there as well in the chat, so check that out. Thank you. Love the shirt. Thank you. And also, Stream, thank you for that as well. We need the good vibes. We are getting to the end, but not quite yet, because now I am back here with the awesome Victor, but also we got very special guests. So, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi.
Hello. What is your name?
My name is Yair Green. I'm the CTO of Syte.
I was going to say your name first, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to wait for him to pronounce it, because earlier today I was saying Yuval, and it was Yuval. And now I was saying your name, Yair. So I'm glad I didn't try.
So it's an Hebrew name, and
Yes.
the meaning is will and light.
Oh, that is beautiful. Wow. Yeah, like we have meanings and stuff in Western language, but I love Japanese. And you know, Japanese, you have the symbols, and each one means something. So I love when you get to hear what people's names mean. It's very poetic, very beautiful. So tell us, Yair, so you're CTO of Syte.
Syte.
Is that right? So what does Syte do?
Syte developed a product discovery platform, and we leverage machine learning models that we built over the years to help retailers integrate visual search into their websites. So you can search using an image, and on top of that, we provide different recommendation carousels and capabilities, personalized one and regular ones like similar items, recently viewed, frequently brought together, and other recommendations on top of the visual search.
Okay. Well,
you have so big product. In my understanding, how you solve the cost optimizations problem? I mean, like nowadays, is what we see. If you don't think about cost optimization, most probably you lost some money. I mean, like it's not efficient to use of cloud. How you manage cost optimization in AWS?
Yeah, so as you can imagine, we run multiple setups in AWS, and leveraging GPUs and other resources to provide our service, we also need to take care of the cost. And especially these days with the market recession, we need to be more cost aware. And over the last year, we ran a huge project to optimize our costs. And we reduced around 42% of the cost while increasing the traffic in 200%.
You increase the traffic and at the same time to save a cost.
Yeah.
Share your magic. How you did it?
So there are the basics, like how you use the infrastructure in an optimized way, but it's also around the application, how you build your application in the most optimized way, leveraging the right resources, the right services within AWS to be cost optimized.
Would you say that that's something that you have to do from the very beginning, or there's room for refactoring? So constantly observing and then improving and making different choices?
Yes, there is a long journey to reduce cost. It starts with the right planning, understanding the architecture and where the cost has the most impact. And then you plan the reduction, and it starts again with the infrastructure, using the right resources, and then build the application to be optimized and cost aware. It involves a lot of different departments within the company, the DevOps, the development teams, and it's quite a journey.
Yeah, I always fascinated by the fact that developers these days have the direct power to influence cost. It's a crazy world, isn't it?
Yeah.
In my time, that wasn't the case. You just do your code and that's it. It will run. But now, depending on how you actually coding, you will actually not be cost optimized. So there's always that dimension as well.
Yeah.
Did you use some tools, I mean, like, or maybe you created some best practices which you can share with the community? I mean, just like to start your cost journey optimization, go through the, I don't know, look how, I don't know, you use CPU, how many GPU, blah, 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 all of this stuff.
Yeah, sure. Over the last few years, I worked a lot around cost optimization, mentoring and consulting different companies. Also wrote a book together with my friend Eli Mansour, my co-author. We wrote a book, Mastering AWS Cost Optimizations. Actually, we released the third edition a few months ago.
Third already?
Wow. Wow.
So you can find it on Amazon. But we built a clear methodology on how to run this kind of project, how to be optimized constantly. And yeah, it's not for a few minutes interview, but it's, yeah.
Right. So you wrote the book on cost optimization.
Exactly.
Tell me something, a bit of a tangent, but how long did it take for you to write that book?
The first release took 1 year.
1 year, okay.
And then following reInvent, we updated the book based on the new announcements and the changes.
Well, that's an interesting thread, actually, because that's the thing with cost optimization, right? It's constantly changing, which is a good thing, because that means you have more options, technology is improving or getting better or faster or cheaper, and that's all good things. But what is your advice for companies out there, for people? And as we know, cost optimization in 2023, like everybody's looking into it with the way things are. What is your advice to keep on top of all that and apply the best things that you can apply at that point in time?
One tip I can provide. I say it again, but it's not just about infrastructure. It's how you build your application, how you build your architecture. So when you come to plan a feature, you also need to think what would be the most optimized way to code and to create the architecture.
Right. I thought you were going to say, read my book. Which is obviously a valid answer.
Yeah, it's not 5 minutes talk, because cost optimization is so huge topic.
Exactly.
And if you look at the cost optimization, I don't know, like everything started maybe from infrastructure, but you're absolutely right that you cannot be cost optimized if you're not doing the right development, process development, at least, I mean, like in collaboration, development, DevOps, all who involved to create new product.
That's right.
And why are you so drawn to cost optimization? What motivated you to focus on that area?
Because I think in any company there is so much room to improve, to reduce cost, and it's quite fun to do this journey, and to down the road you look back and you see how much you save. For example, if you save 100K, it's net saving. It's under the EBITDA.
Right.
So it's like it equals to $500,000 in revenues because you save the net.
That's when it multiplies, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah. And I believe it's one of your responsibility to be a CTO role. I mean, like to be responsible how much you spend, what kind of resources do you use, and so on, so on.
Right. Specifically at Syte, everyone talks about AI and generative AI. We do that for many years. And doing machine learning, it's even, the cost is even has much impact because you run GPUs and you run a lot of resources to train a model, to serve a model.
Yeah.
So especially at Syte, it's very important to be very much cost aware.
And that's the thing with generative AI. A lot of people now are getting to know it, but it's something that we touched on. We had earlier segments on generative AI, and it's just that it's capturing people's imagination now because it's being unleashed onto the public. But within the tech industry, we've known this, we've been dealing with this for a while. It's just that it's reached a maturity state where we can now open up to the whole world, and even people, laymen's, people who are not in the tech industry now understand it, or at least know how they can use it. But like you just said, it's not necessarily something new, it's just something that has matured, and now we're ready to get creative with it, I guess. But obviously generative AI is one of those fields that now are just catching on like crazy. But people do say about the cost of training large models. So are there like specific cost optimization paths or tips or patterns that we should watch out for with generative AI?
Yes, today, as this domain develops, there are many tools out there, many companies doing optimization to the process, to the training, the orchestration of training models. So it's not too complicated to run a cost optimization process, and it's just a matter of awareness.
Yeah, and I think not only be aware of what it takes, but also aware of the tools and aware of the people, how long it takes, and then make the right choices. Because you got abstracted solutions like we just earlier today we saw AI 21 Labs. They got this platform that already does everything for you. Of course, we've got SageMaker. We've got so many different options. So it's just really picking the right tool or the right level of abstraction, as I say these days, because there's always an abstraction to something for the right job or for the right team, right, that you have. So tell me a little bit more about Syte. And do you have a product, a service? What is Syte?
Yeah, Syte works with the largest retailers that have both offline shops and online shops, and different marketplaces where we help them to improve their revenues significantly by leveraging visual AI. So you can upload an image and search for similar items within the retailer's catalog.
Okay.
Then in the product page, you can look for similar items without uploading an image, but using an image from the catalog. And then we provide different recommendations like Shop the Look and others. We also have a deep tagging offering where you can send us images and we send back the attributes, the visual attributes in the image.
I like the stuff. Yeah,
so
that's fun.
This helps the retailers to, for different use cases, to align their taxonomy, to enrich their filters, the search filters, and many more use cases.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for coming here.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you so much, Yair, for all the insights. It's been amazing. I actually heard that there's been the boom, boom, boom gong at GameDay. We have a winner. We have a winner. So I think it's time for the dab. Wait, dab. Am I saying this right? Dab. I think so. Oh my God. Here goes everything. I'm a unicorn falling apart. And by the way, whoever mentioned there on the chat about Eurovision, no, I have been so busy, mate. I missed Eurovision. I know it's a sin for a gay man like me, but I missed it. So we are going to now go straight to GameDay and meet our winners.
We are here at the F1 F1 GameDays, and the winner of the winner is wait, hold on, one more. And the winner of F1 AWS GameDays is
Serverless
V2 Stallions!
Woo! Congratulations!
What's your name?
Max Raven.
And how many people were on your team?
So it's a 4-person team. We are the cloud DevOps team at Mobileye, which is a world leader of advanced driver assist and autonomous vehicle production here in Israel. We manage a very large-scale AWS infrastructure of many tens of accounts where we spend lots and lots of money on AWS. And our team competed here in the challenge, and we are very excited to be accepting this award. We love AWS, and we love excelling at our profession here of being AWS developers.
Well, congratulations. It was a tight race. Was this your first game day?
This is actually the second. We are the V2 team. The V1 team last year got second place. The V2 team got first place.
Wow. So what's your advice to anyone participating in game days?
Work in an AWS, learn and use the tools. Don't invent yourself. Try to do as much as you can on AWS throughout the year. We didn't do anything special to prepare. This is just a result of our day in, day out usage of AWS.
And I think it was a record, correct? It was a record as far as
It was pretty high, I gotta say. It was definitely the highest today from everyone, and we had a lot of teams today. We had something like 70 teams competing.
70 teams competing today.
And it was a big competition. Yeah, it was big. It was big. Who else was on your team? What were the names of the other people who were with you?
Okay, so the team is myself, Max Raven, Omer Yanai, Katriel Goodman, and Stanislav Rashkulets, also known as Stas.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I love the unicorn. You got the unicorn.
Get one for your team.
Yes,
as well.
you have all
Don't
your team
forget
members
to-
get one. So you might have to hold all of them. They're so cute. Libat, can you tell us a bit about F1 game days in general? And yeah.
Sure. So that whole program started last year in EMEA. EMEA meaning Europe, Middle East. We delivered it across 7 different countries last year. It was a huge success. Got a lot of interest. So this year we started to scale it globally. We already delivered it in APAC, so in Singapore, in Mumbai, in Hong Kong, and the list goes on and on this year. Super excited to be here, especially since I'm from Israel. So happy to host you guys in the finals league. And in that league, we are going to give our winners of every single summit an opportunity to participate in the finals game for a chance to win a team trip to the Austin Grand Prix this year. So it's super exciting.
So speaking of.
So yeah, I'm excited. I think that the rest of the winners in EMEA and APAC have a big challenge in front of them. I think that we're going to win, and we are going to win the trip to the Formula One. I think it's only fitting that Mobileye, the car, automotive industry company, should win the trip to the race.
There you go. Well said.
Yes.
And how was it for you, from your perspective? Tell us what you did today.
It was amazing. I was able to host all 3 rounds with some amazing attendees. I loved it because I was even able to learn a bit myself from everyone here. There was tremendous energy, lots of smiles, lots of participation. And it was really great to watch after months of a lot of AWS team members putting effort into making this happen. I'm just one of many, many people and huge amounts of logistics that went into this. Everyone put a lot in, and I can tell you every bit of investment was shown today. The teams had an amazing time. Everyone had an amazing time, and I'm looking forward to doing this more often.
Amazing. Can I ask you how you came up with the name of your team?
Serverless is our preferred architecture, so we love serverless in general, and we wanted some alliteration, so serverless stallions. I said last year we were the serverless stallions, and this year, because of the change in the team, some could say upgrade, then we decided to be serverless V2 stallions. Some might be aware that there are services in AWS, like RDS, that has a serverless V2, so it was kind of a play on those words, kind of an inside joke, which hopefully everybody hears on the inside and knows. So I want to thank all the organizers, as Mo said. It was a great challenge. It was good questions, challenging, but very enjoyable.
Well, congratulations. Thank you so much. We got the unicorns in the house. We got the unicorn song. You watch Eurovision? Watch Eurovision?
I did not watch it.
There was a unicorn song, though. So it was called Unicorn, and we have unicorns all over, and I'm going to send it back to you. Congratulations, and hopefully we see you in the championships.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Well done. Well done.
Well done. Awesome.
I love the excitement there. That was such a passionate speech. I loved all of that. Seems like everybody was too busy for Eurovision, but now we know that's where the unicorn song comes from. I only watched the winning song. Once I saw winning song, I saw Sweden. I was like, ooh, that's pretty good. That's all I had time for. But GameDay, congratulations, Serverless V2. Wait, who was I with when we were going through the teams and we saw that team?
I think it was me.
Was it you?
Yeah.
Me also, like we saw.
They were at the top,
yes,
pretty much throughout the day. Now, Serverless V2, Stallions, watch out. I love when he said our team. It's like they're doing a thing of this. It's not like a one-off. They have a team dedicated to this. Brilliant. So really well deserved. So happy for GameDay and everyone else. So make sure to also follow everyone on social media. We got, of course, we have many guests, we have many hosts, and you know, just follow all of us, show us a love, and let us know what you love, what you didn't love, and then we can always, you know, keep making things better for you. And do not forget that we have Build On. The next Build On show is Build On Live ML, Open Source ML, Build On Live, Open Source ML, which will be on June 22nd. So, and we are going to have a trailer coming up right after we're finished. So stick around to see more about that. If you love this, you're going to get a lot more there about Open Source ML, of course, which is all the rage. Now, before we wrap up, I want to hear from you guys. What was your favorite highlight of the day, of the stream, or of the day? So starting with you, Signor G.
Well, I really enjoyed the Formula One game day. I'm a Formula One fan, and I was really impressed with the amount of teams here.
Yeah.
That was shocking.
Yeah, and passionate people that really love F1.
Too much energy in that room.
Not enough, I say. How about you, mate?
So for me, the most important thing was meeting our customers. Speaking to them on the show floor, in the sessions, after sessions, also through this Twitch stream. You're the best, our customers. Nothing I can say about anyone more than that.
You are the best. Oh, okay, that camera was over there. I agree. There you go. You
are the best.
Do a cheesy you. You. No, amazing. Linda, run here. I don't know if you can hear me. I want Linda here before we wrap. Come on, Linda, run.
I don't think she can make it in time. A little bit too far.
No. Is it?
It's about 10-minute walk.
I haven't been there. Oh, really? Is it all the way over there?
Yeah.
You didn't see me back and forth running?
No, I don't know why. I thought it was in that room over there.
No.
Much
It's
further.
Really?
It's far away.
10-minute walk at least, almost. Yeah.
And Victor, what was your highlight?
My highlight, cost optimization, our last interview, how we can notificate. It's also a great story from startup. And I really enjoyed that. So how many customers today was on all sessions, how many questions, for example, I got from my specific sessions. And I really love you, customers, because you ask the best questions and it provides for us the best feedback, what we should do the next one. And feedback is very, very important for us to hear what you think, like what should be the next. To hear you, we can do the next enjoy event like Twitch show, game day, so on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that is a wrap for Build On Live Tel Aviv Summit. The fun here in Tel Aviv continues, but we are wrapping for today. Don't forget to catch the next one on June 22nd. Build On open source machine learning. Thank you, everybody, for everything you've done. All of you sitting over there as well, staring at us. All the production.
Yeah.
Thank you for standing there all day behind the camera and there. Everyone, especially you who tuned in. Please keep on coming, keep tuning in, keep letting us know what you love. And should we do a big wave before we go? Yeah? 1, 2, 3. Wave! Thank you, everybody. See you next time.
See you next year.
Ciao.
Hello, amazing builder friends. Are you curious about open source? Are you worried machine learning is going to take over the world? Take over the world? Take over the world? Highly unlikely.
Whether you're building from the land, the sea, or the air.
If you are curious, make sure to join us for Build On Live Open Source Machine Learning June 22nd at 8 a.m. Pacific, only on twitch.tv/AWS. Join the most amazing Jackie and myself and a lineup of amazing experts, guests, and people who are going to show you how to apply these things on the cloud with open source and anything in between. Remember, Build On Live is all about you, so we want you to be part of it. Come join the live stream on Twitch, say hello in the chat, throw us some questions, throw us some comments, and maybe even a funny joke. And most importantly, come build with us online. 22nd of June, 8 a.m. Pacific, twitch.tv/WS.
Build on live.
Open source.
Machine Learning Day.
And a bit of data. Now, I just need to find a way to roll back to the thing. I'm afraid this canoe is gonna deflate. Yeah, fun times. See you there.
See you there.
In the heart of the urban jungle, a unique species of Homo sapiens thrives. Identified by their common adornments, the humble hoodie, their peculiar yet endearing rituals involving ping-pong tables, and an astonishing amount of free coffee. The startup Homo sapiens.
I'm no David Attenborough, but I know a thing or two about startups. For example, did you know they don't run on coffee alone?
I'm here to guide you on an extraordinary journey. Our new Twitch series, AWS Let's Build a Startup. Together we shall observe how an idea evolves, grows and matures into a real minimum viable product. All of this within the AWS ecosystem. Whether it's the thirst of knowledge guiding you or simply your passion for free caffeine. Join me on this fascinating journey. AWS Let's Build a Startup. See you on Twitch.
Hey friends, I'm David Priest and I am new to the cloud. So join me on my journey as I dive into the basic concepts that underlie cloud technology and as I talk to experts who know a whole lot more than I do about how that technology actually plays out in real life. I'm going to be taking on one idea at a time and documenting that journey on YouTube and on buildon.aws. If you want to follow along, join me there.
Hey everybody, my name's Stuart Clark. I'm a Senior Developer Advocate with AWS. The Big Dev Theory is a live stream broadcast every week on the AWS Twitch channel. Our live streams are designed to help developers learn about all of the advantages of our partner technologies and AWS. These events provide developers with the opportunity to learn from some of the top minds in the industry and connect with other developers who might be working on similar projects to you.